live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT. Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210. Okay, the weather is finally getting warmer. Summer's almost here. So Friday, May 3rd, let's get a jump start on summer and head to Cape May.
All right, Sealy Army, the weather's warm. It's time to head down the shore, and I want you to join me for our first live show of the year in my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Hijinks will ensue. You better be there.
Join Rick Seoli for the first live broadcast of 24 at the Grand Hotel in Cape May, Friday, May 3rd, on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all your company spend in one place, so you can make quick, informed decisions about your business finances. Plus, Ramp will share insights based on your spending to help you cut costs. Over 15,000 businesses have added up to 5% to their bottom line with Ramp. You can be one of them. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
You are invited to lift up God's word and bring God's light into the world to heal our nation through prayer. We are calling Jesus back to America. We need him more than ever. Come pray for your neighbors and nation on the National Day of Prayer on Thursday, May 2nd at Rose Tree Park in Media, Pennsylvania. Everyone's invited. It's free. Music begins at 11:30 a.m. Every prayer counts, so bring a friend and meet us at the park to pray. Learn more at nationaldayofprayerdelco.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Spring is upon us, and there is no time like the present to get back out on the roads. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and more. Just visit them at piazzapremiumautomobiles.com, or you can stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
It's time to get excited because new iced honey bun multi-packs are coming your way. Now you can find both delicious Tasty Cake honey bun flavors in 6-count boxes. Whether you love to bite into a soft and cinnamony iced or glazed honey bun, Tasty Cake has got you covered. Pick up a pack for your family today and bring home your favorite tasty treats. Make today tasty with Tasty Cake, except no substitutions.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Okay, guys, we got to put our trays up for takeoff.
Where's Dad?
Oh, he's in the back. We could only get 3 seats together.
Daddy has my pillow.
We'll get it later. Can you not put your feet up, please?
Why aren't we going?
We must be in line for takeoff.
Like security?
Well, that was a different line.
I have to go.
We just sat down.
But I have to go.
The seatbelt sign's on.
Why aren't we moving?
Hey, no picking.
We're just 15th in line for takeoff.
Son of a...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Stocks kicking off the week in the green with both the NASDAQ and S&P 500 snapping a 6-session losing streak. Investors are looking ahead to the release of major tech earnings this week, along with data on first-quarter economic growth on Thursday, while the latest reading on the Fed's preferred inflation gauge will be released on Friday. The data could help determine the Fed's monetary policy path in the coming months. The Dow gaining 254 points, the NASDAQ up 169, S&P 500 up 43. Tesla shares fell for a 7th straight session, declining over 3% after the EV maker slashed prices further in China. The EV pioneer is slated to report earnings after the closing bell today. Other big earnings reports today include Kimberly-Clark, Lockheed Martin, PepsiCo, United Parcel, Visa, and Texas Instruments. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The Senate could take the first votes today to set up final approval this week of the foreign aid package the House passed over the weekend. Some for Israel and Taiwan, but most of it, 61 of the $95 billion, would go to additional weapons and ammo and other aid for Ukraine to keep battling Russia's invasion. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham supports that, telling Fox News Sunday,
if you pull the plug on Ukraine because you don't have enough capability, there goes Taiwan.
But GOP Senator Rick Scott wants his party to block the aid, telling Fox our top national security priority should be stopping illegal immigration and drug smuggling from Mexico.
Look, I want Ukraine to win. I want Russia to lose. But I want a secure southern border.
Ukraine's president says they need this American assistance as fast as possible.
I have not been to Ukraine to see this for myself, but I know a lot of people who have. And that is, these trenches for these front lines are so well dug in.
Bill Hemmer co-hosts America's Newsroom on the Fox News Channel, weekday mornings 9 to 11 Eastern.
You would almost have to take out Putin and half its military in order to penetrate the lines of defense that the Russians have built in southeastern Ukraine. I think it's going to be very difficult to make this happen. What I see developing, and I'm not the expert on the military standpoint here, what I see developing is that both sides have dug in. And I don't know if the Ukrainians have the ability to push the Russians back.
Yeah.
I think with greater help, they could keep them where they are.
The thing that Speaker Johnson said the other day was they want the White House to tell everyone what the end game here is. That's the question. How long does this go on? And, okay, let's say Ukraine holds the line. How do you diplomatically end it?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Ukraine doesn't want to give up what they've already given up.
Or do you go on for another year and a half fighting for money from countries like the United States? I think the picture you paint is probably quite realistic. I don't know those answers. Speaker Johnson is putting his job on the line here. And then he's going to have to live with the consequences, and we'll see whether or not, a few members of his party are ready to put his head on the chopping block, so to speak, yet again.
Now to a far different battlefront, far north of Ukraine.
The ice-cold Arctic is a strategic hotspot. It's also home to a wealth of resources.
That's Bill Hemmer in his new Fox Nation special, Battle for the Arctic, where climate change and gradual ice melting could make this Earth's final frontier.
I think China definitely considers themselves a near-Arctic nation, and what that means to them is they reserve the right to operate in this environment. They have icebreakers, they're building more.
But the U.S. and Russia have been there longer in what could become a literally cold economic war.
Yeah, it's a really fascinating trip we made. Went there about a month ago with the U.S. Navy, and we were embedded for about 72 hours, which you think, 72 hours. You can see and learn so much in such a short period of time, especially when you're having an experience that you've never had before in your life. If you were to rotate the globe from the top, you see 8 countries in the world that have territory on or above the Arctic Circle. And it's the United States, it's Canada, it's Greenland, a lot of territory by way of Denmark, it's Norway, it's Finland, it's Sweden, and it's Russia. And what is striking is that the geography for Russia is so prominent north of the Arctic Circle. It is said that Putin gets 80% of his natural gas wealth north of the Arctic Circle.
80%? That's a lot.
Which is significant. And then so you've got this geopolitical story between the U.S. and Russia, and now, as of 2018, the U.S., Russia, and China is trying to get in on it too, because you have what many people believe are vast amounts of natural gas reserves and oil reserves and rare earth minerals beneath the Arctic.
And rare earth minerals these days more valuable than ever
so
as we get into...
So the Chinese, they're not one of these 8 countries, right? But the Chinese declared themselves a near-Arctic nation. They have no territory on the Arctic Circle. Everyone in the world looked at them and said, what are you doing? They struck a relationship up with the Norwegian government, and they built a science lab on an island called Svalbard, which used to be called Spitsbergen, I do believe, and that's well north of the Arctic Circle. And so they're up there with their own scientists trying to see how the Arctic develops, which the Americans are doing as well. How do I wrap all this in? En route to Dead Horse, Alaska, is that you're in an airplane for 7 hours, and you're looking out that window, and all you see is ice and snow. And then you land in Dead Horse and you fly 200 miles north into the Beaufort Sea, and all it is ice and snow. And then you chopper north and meet up with a U.S. nuclear submarine, and all you see is ice and snow. And they tell you it all melts. And you say, how is that even possible? In the later months of summer, August, maybe for like a 2-week window in September.
Okay.
The White House believes by the year 2030, that we could go from an white Arctic, ice and snow, to a blue Arctic, open ocean. I'm not here to argue that this is the Mediterranean Sea, because it never will be.
Right.
Because quickly thereafter, the cold weather is going to come back and it's going to freeze over again. But they believe you could have a trans-Arctic route where you could ship a lot of material and save many, many days, if not weeks, as opposed to going through the Suez Canal and through the Panama Canal. So those are just some of the dynamics that you see up there.
China knows that too, and they're preparing for that too, and so does Russia.
And Russia does, and what the U.S. Navy wants Putin to know is that we're there too, and you cannot prohibit any sort of international maritime traffic. And their concern is that Russia's going to charge you a fee or even stop you. Hasn't happened yet, but that's what they're worried about.
With the change... and with what may happen, you say, by 2030, the U.S. military has to train for that. If conditions change, they have to be ready for that, too. When you were dealing with, you got to go on the USS Hampton, right?
Yes.
That's a nuclear submarine.
Amazing.
What was it like? What's the training up there like?
Yeah, the training is intense. It came from San Diego. It was made in Groton, Connecticut. It's 31 years old. It weighs 7,000 tons. They're looking for 3 feet thickness in ice so they can blast up into the ice, but no less than 2 feet, Dave, because they have to be able to brace this structure in the ice so they can cut through the hatch, cut through the ice that leads to the hatch with chainsaws, so guys can get on and guys can get off.
All right, so it surfaces to the ice, and then they have to cut to get to the surface.
We cut from the outside.
Okay, so it surfaces, then crews have to cut down to it.
Yes. Now, we were...
How long did that take?
It took at least... We were sitting on the ice for 4 hours. You know the thing about the Arctic, because it's all flat, when the wind blows, there's nowhere to hide. And when the wind blows, man, it goes from 20 below quickly to 40 below and 50 below. And it's just like, come on, man, let's get this thing going. You know, you talk about these guys in the submarines, there's 150 men on the USS Hampton. It's really a fascinating thing. You get on board, the admiral tells you, Bill, we're going to teach you about a commodity of space. I said, well, what's that, sir? I said, well,
in other words, there's no space.
He says, you live your life this big, you find out it's going to be this big, and then it goes to this, and you finally accept the fact that you could just need this much to live. Everything on board that submarine has a purpose. Every hook, every drawer, everything you see, every bed underneath the torpedo room that has a bunk, that has the clearance of 18 inches, all of it has a purpose. They can stay at sea so long as they are operable and don't have any equipment issues. As long as they have enough food, they never have to come home because it's all nuclear powered. It is one of the hottest showers I've ever had, right?
Really?
I mean, because there's nothing but energy on board because of the nuclear-powered sub. They have the best food in the entire U.S. military, and they did that more than 100 years ago because of the issues of morale on board a sub. You're at sea for 3 months. It's pretty hard.
Yeah.
When you go below water, there is no ability for you to transmit. These guys they're not taking selfies.
No, they weren't watching YouTube?
They're not scrolling
You're
Instagram.
not on Instagram?
No. They read books, they sleep, they have casual conversations, and they work. And everyone has a job all the time. It was very, very impressive.
What did it feel like when you had to... How far down did you go?
350 feet for about 25 hours, I would say.
Did it feel different?
I wasn't quite sure. You know, once you go under and you're watching that monitor and the ice starts to disappear and eventually it goes black because the aft comes down first and then the fore comes down. You're about, it's not 90 degrees, but it may be 70 for a bit. Very smooth. And then you get underway and you could it's a nice, easy cruise with a nice hum in the background.
Your experience just being there, I mean, that's the coldest you've ever been, right? I mean,
we're at the ice camp, right? That's where 62 sailors and scientists are set up for about 5 weeks, okay?
5 weeks?
They do it every 2 years. They have a command center in HQ. They have a mess hall that doubles as a meeting space. They have a science lab that studies a lot of the changes that I mentioned earlier. Then they have 9 of these yellow tents, and they're called the Arctic tent. Literally, Dave, it says the Arctic tent. 8 are used for sleeping. 1 is the latrine. They have a policy. Whatever you bring in, you bring out.
That's got to be cold going.
Whatever you bring in, you got to bring out.
Uh-huh.
So
the seat's cold there.
Oh, yeah. We slept in a cot with everything on, including our boots, inside of 2 sleeping bags pulled over our heads. I slept for 4 hours. I woke up every hour on the hour.
You wish you were on the sub.
Freezing.
Yes. The sub was a lot
wait for that submarine.
So that part of the world, most Americans don't go there, and if they do, they're, maybe an Alaskan cruise or something to that effect. But we may not think about it, but that really could be a very, very vital part of the world in the next 20, 30 years.
Oh, I think you're right about that. If the projections about the ice melt are even half true, I think you're very right about that. I will say, though, that, a good 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months, it's going to remain the forbidden place that it is. I'm not joking. When you look out that window and you look down at, you can't tell where the Arctic Ocean ends and where the land begins. And you look down and think, turn this thing around, because there's nothing down there. Very few people, you're right, have had the opportunity to see that part of the world. I am grateful that I did. It has opened my mind to a range of possibilities that, frankly, I had never considered before. I'm glad I did it. I am not anxious to do it again.
You can watch it all on Fox Nation. Battle for the Arctic with Bill Hemmer, who, of course, you can watch weekdays 9 to 11 a.m. with the America's Newsroom with Dana Brino. Bill, great to talk to you. Thanks a lot.
You got it. Thanks for taking an interest in the story. I appreciate it because it was a marvelous experience.
I bet it was.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bet.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneria and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
1 in 5 rely on the Catholic Charities Appeal for help. The fact is, nearly 1 million times per year, our programs provide assistance to people in need. We can't do this vital work without you. Your gift matters. Go to CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org to donate today.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Testimony resumes today in President Trump's criminal hush money trial. Opening statements delivered yesterday.
Prosecutors accused Trump of engaging in a criminal conspiracy with his former attorney and fixer Michael Cohen and David Pecker, the former CEO of American Media, which published the National Enquirer. Prosecutors say they engaged in cover-up to suppress damaging stories about Trump prior to the 2016 election.
Fox's Lydia Hu. New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft says he's pulling support from Columbia University because of anti-Semitic protests.
We can't have this intimidation that's filtering through all these colleges and the hate continue to grow and multiply the way it is.
Kraft on Fox's Hannity. Protesters arrested at NYU and Yale University. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Zach Wilson experience in New York has come to an end. The Jets traded Wilson to the Broncos on Monday, that according to multiple reports, after 3 difficult seasons in New York. The Jets will pay half of Wilson's $5.5 million salary, that according to ESPN, and the deal includes a late-round pick swap in Thursday's NFL Draft. In 2022, Wilson was benched twice as he failed to get the Jets' offense moving. His struggles led New York to trade for Aaron Rodgers last offseason in what was supposed to be a reset year for Wilson. But just 4 snaps into the season, Rodgers went down with a torn Achilles, thrusting Wilson back into the starting role. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
In this sports landscape, if you can play and you can help a team win, they will overlook a lot of things. Go look at the Cleveland Browns. This is where it's been settled on behalf of Deshaun Watson and the accusers. Meanwhile, you have an accuser of Trevor Bauer, for which he was suspended, now charged with felony extortion. It's the opposite. He's played for several different teams, and everywhere he pops around, or has, and he's talked about it, he kind of rubs people the wrong way, behind the scenes. During the COVID year on his vlog, he's got the camera going as he's going into the stadium, and they're, testing as you go in and all that stuff. Taking you behind the scenes. I loved it. If you like him or hate him, it's a personality that normally Major League Baseball doesn't allow you to meet or see, and he was doing it on his own.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Wall Street saw a 6-day losing streak for the S&P and NASDAQ come to an end Monday. The major stock averages posted respectable gains to start the new trading week, ranging from 2/3 to more than 1%. Analysts say investors are hoping for good news from corporate America this week as the earnings reporting season kicks into high gear. Among the marquee names on a long list of companies scheduled to post quarterly results today are Tesla, General Motors, JetBlue, Mattel, Kimberly-Clark, and PepsiCo. Data from an independent research firm shows Apple's iPhone sales in China plunging during the March quarter by 19%. That marks the gadget's worst performance there since COVID hit in early 2020. Counterpoint Research estimates Apple is now in 3rd place in the hotly contested market, roughly on par with its fast-rising rival Huawei Technologies. Stock futures are flat to slightly higher. I'm Scott Carr, Bloomberg Radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all your company spend in one place, so you can make quick, informed decisions about your business finances. Plus, Ramp will share insights based on your spending to help you cut costs. Over 15,000 businesses have added up to 5% to their bottom line with Ramp. You can be one of them. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's be frank. You don't want to miss Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO night when fans can purchase 2 hot dogs for the price of 1. Join the fun on Tuesday, May 7th at 6:40 when the Blue Jays are in town. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com. Should be a big weekend at Citizens Bank Park when the Phils host the Giants for a 4-game series Friday, May 3rd through Monday, May 6th. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, buildings with boxes of evidence. Every resource carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your calls are returned that very same day. Injured? Dial pound law. That's pound 529. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, April 23rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. On an action-packed Tuesday morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy primary day.
Yes, indeed. Gregory?
I forgot today was primary day.
Are you kidding?
No, of course I did forget. It's there's no...
It's like the Sixers first-round playoff series.
Oh, jeez.
But there could be another Ivy League president that has to resign, right?
Chopping block.
Yeah. I know you're going to get to it in the big take, but...
Elise Stefanik comes out swinging again. She could be the one that takes down the Ivy League, school by school. And I love it.
It's amazing.
It really is.
It really is amazing. What a time to be alive.
So, Pennsylvania primary day, Yeah. Sixers,
Oof.
Let's just get to the NFL draft on Thursday night. Oh, that's the wrong station, sorry. We got a lot of good stuff to get to today. Trump trial, the absurdities of yesterday in that courtroom. We will talk about it coming up at the bottom of the hour. Also, woke outrage over the new Taylor Swift album.
I saw this.
If this doesn't ring true of eventually woke eats woke, I don't know what will confirm that for you.
I saw some reviews where this album's getting panned.
Yeah, well, you're whining and dining Travis Kelce all the time. Maybe your content slips off a little bit.
Yeah, it was still the number one most streamed thing on Spotify in a day or something.
Yeah, I can't say that I downloaded any of it, but I eventually will probably get there because of my kids.
You're also showing your age, brother. I don't think you download things. You just stream them.
That's true. Yeah. What am I, stuck in the Napster days?
I went to the record store and picked... By the way, funny story, her album, like the actual vinyl album, outselling CDs.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like we're in 1979.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Mr. Music. Boom. Also, our buddy Athan Kutsarumbis from Real Clear Politics, as well as another writer named Nick Field from one of the local papers that gets kind of syndicated throughout the state. I'm drawing a blank on the name, but we'll talk about the story coming up in the second hour of the show. A big red rush. I'm not going to call it a red wave. I'm going to call it a red rush in Pennsylvania as the GOP, since 2020, has chipped away to the tune of 400,000 the deficit of registered Democrats in the state to registered Republicans. What does that mean for Trump coming up in the fall? We'll get to that. And also, if you use the wrong pronouns in the military, you could be court-martialed.
Unbelievable.
I've never wanted to blow my head off more than having read that story.
It's only 6:03.
Good
You
Lord.
can't make it up.
No, you really can't.
You can.
You imagine getting court-martialed for that? China, North
embarrassing.
Korea, Iran, they are laughing at us. Kamala Harris, she takes a flamethrower to DEI, the cut sheet, and much, much more. But let's get to the news. Round number one, right out of the gate here off the top of the hour, 6:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored in Kayal and Company News Live this morning by Gift of Life under moonshine this morning before the sun began to rise. So Gift of Life sponsoring us. We have an update on our North Penn story. As we told you yesterday, the student accused of assaulting a 12-year-old girl who's still recovering from those staples in her head. Well, that student reportedly struck a sheriff's deputy with a water jug at a hearing that was supposed to be over the accusations that juvenile, that 13-year-old boy, had attacked a 12-year-old girl at the school cafeteria inside Pembroke Middle School last Wednesday. We still have no comment from the school authorities. Now, yesterday morning, mid-morning, there was a protest by many parents who were gathering. They want transparency. They want truth. Some of them calling for the ouster of the school superintendent and other board members who they say just blew off the meeting last Thursday. A lot of anger, a lot of questions. There's another group of parents who tried to start a bipartisan or nonpartisan website just to talk about the solutions. But this 13-year-old student we knew was scheduled for this juvenile court proceeding yesterday, 13-year-old, is now accused and detained, is now accused of attacking at least one sheriff's deputy with a water jug.
So this individual, biological male transitioning to female, has a track record, a history here. Prior school, then this 12-year-old girl with the Stanley, and now assaulting law enforcement.
That is the allegation in part, the whole transition story, as well as the story that this individual was just transferred from another school, that is not coming from official sources. That was something that parents were calling in last Friday, mid-morning. They were calling in saying, this kid was at my kid's middle school, bullying my kid. One mom actually said she would pick up her daughter, who was younger, and pluck her out of school because they wouldn't do anything.
Wow.
Take her child out of school for an hour during gym class, then bring her back.
So this kid, it certainly looks like has major anger issues and is a defiant little you-know-what.
That's the allegation. Although, Nick, we don't have any official confirmation. They are saying that because it's a juvenile situation, they're not allowed to say anything at all.
Imagine being a school superintendent and people wanting you to resign and forcing you out. And imagine you go down with the ship like this over this ridiculous, absurd movement of protecting a community when they're in the wrong. They should be outed just like anybody else and held liable and accountable.
And to your point, there were suggestions that this was attempted murder. There were some parents saying, when you take a large stainless steel object
and you hit him in the head,
you ambush a smaller, girl from behind, you repeatedly bash that person's head until their head cracks open. That's attempted murder.
Yeah, and anywhere from allegedly 8 to 28 minutes. I mean, what would happen if nobody broke it up eventually? Good chance that girl's dead today. It's a great point, Tom.
So she's recovering. We know that as far as the 13-year-old accused offender, who police say had struck a sheriff's deputy with this very large water jug during yesterday's hearing that was about they're saying it's an alleged incident at Pembroke Middle School. It's not an alleged incident.
Yeah, the incident occurred.
The incident occurred.
It's fact.
This is a little journalism 101 for you.
Yes.
The incident happened. We have to say, even though we're not naming the 13-year-old, so I know it sounds idiotic, but for the purposes of this practice, we say it's an alleged attacker. The teen was subdued in court yesterday. Nobody was hurt. Now the teen is not getting out.
Do we know how big the teen is?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I was trying to get to the bottom of that one yesterday. I think this sounds like a 13-year-old boy who's not a petite guy.
Yeah, seems like he's 13, maybe going on 18, size and stature-wise.
Yeah. So we have that one going on. In North Penn, the superintendent's most recent letter to families acknowledged there are many details he's unable to share, and noting it's a frustrating situation. They are saying that they are taking many steps to preventing this from ever repeating itself. And one of the, by the way, one of the proposals here is to ban any kind of coffee cups or Stanley cups.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
Of course.
Yeah.
and I'm not in favor of the ban, but why do these kids? And I've asked my wife the same thing with my daughters. Why do my girls need 46-ounce water jugs with them? What are they running a marathon?
I understand what you're saying, but we can't banning it really.
What about whatever happened to just the little 16 or 20-ounce little Aquafina water bottles, the little plastic ones? Like, wasn't that like the thing to have? And then it was like, let me get this cup, and then let me get this Yeti. Now I need a Stanley. Pretty soon they're going to have water jugs the size of SUVs. Like, what are we doing here?
So you want to blame the water jug?
Blame a lot of things. Fired up today.
I know, he's fired up. It's Nick Kayal, away we go, and all that. All right, we've got just in time for primary election day. I know we'll talk about it moving forward today. It's kind of because it's a late one for Pennsylvania, so it's no, it's no shocker, or it's not really a decision maker at the top of the ticket involving Trump, Biden, etc. But we do have a little fireworks with one individual, and that is just in time for primary election day. The arrest warrant for Pennsylvania State Representative Kevin Boyle has now suddenly been withdrawn by Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner.
Upon further review,
he said it was withdrawn on information obtained by the DA's office because he did this bizarre news conference. I don't know if you're going to have this later. It's bizarre, where he says 2 and 2 are 4. He goes through math. It's such a bizarre news conference. 2 and 2 are 4, but then you take away 1, which you get 3.
Oh, so that's how that works.
So he was doing some subtraction in there.
He's
really bizarre.
Well, he's not a prosecutor, so he might as well be an educator.
So he said that the PFA, the Protection from Abuse Order, for the reason that the warrant was based on, actually that they were in between PFAs. So let's just
what does that mean?
Just a hypothetical here. Let's just say there's a hypothetical situation where you beat your wife, and there's a PFA, and then they withdraw it.
Okay.
And then there's a little lapse in between,
right,
until the next one.
Oh, okay.
See,
right.
So there's a little lapse. That's where the 3, minus 1 or whatever he said in the math.
Hold on, I'm going to need my calculator here.
I'm not even making this up.
2 plus 2 equals 4. 4 minus 1 equals 3.
So that was the explanation. They were in between PFAs.
Right. And sadly, our great heralded DA is looking to seek to run for a 3rd term.
Yeah. Yeah. But just in time for today's primary, because, Kevin Boyle, we've had the Republicans running for that seat, and as well, he's being primaried by a legacy name, Doherty, Sean Doherty, on the Democrat side, running against Boyle. So just in time for today, no arrest warrant out for him.
Can't make it up.
I know. Yes, sir. You're right. All right. That's what the Sixers are saying about last night. And in fact, apparently they're going to file something against the come on. Those refs.
It was bad.
Were ridiculous.
But here's agreed. But what's the saying? Nobody cares. Play harder.
Yeah.
That's what they should have done.
Yeah. Maybe you could stop Josh Hart in the first half instead of giving up 18 points to that scrub from Villanova.
I can buy into the fact that the NBA wants a Sixers Knicks series to go on for 7 games because it's good for ratings.
Yeah.
It's also good for the NBA to have the Knicks in it because of the New York market.
Of course.
So I can get behind all those conspiracies, but play harder.
Yeah. I'm good.
Stop making excuses.
I'd like to amend my Sixers in 7 prediction. I'm gonna do a little Krasner math here. 2 plus
Krasner math.
Yeah, Knicks in 5.
By the way, with all the hurdles against us, we shouldn't be a top 10 radio show. We top 5 men, but because we're the only station on AM. But that doesn't stop us. We come in here every day. We do the best product. We try and put the show on YouTube. We put it up on the app. So we try and do everything we can to compete, and we compete well. By the way, guys, another good month. But all I'm saying is that nobody cares about your excuses. Try harder. Thank you.
There you go.
Sorry.
And by the way, the Knicks don't have Julius Randle, so they're not even playing at 100%, and we're still down 0-2. But I digress.
The score was 101 we had 104 to 101. We were beat again in game 2. Game 3 is Thursday, and so it's depressing against the Knicks. But the big thing was, for the coach to try to call when they're up, to try to call a timeout, and the ref ignores him.
Yep. I saw that. Thursday's going to be a pretty big day. You got the NFL draft, and the Sixers are at home for a playoff game.
Yes.
Woo!
And our Phils. I mean, we're on a streak, baby. We're the winners. We shut out the Reds.
7 in a row.
7-0.
Yeah.
Lucky number 7.
It's a shame the Braves keep winning games the way they are.
All right.
That always happens. Like, you win 7 in a row, and you look up and the team ahead of you's won 7 in a row, and you're like, we haven't made up any ground.
By the way, Ranger Suarez.
What'd he do?
He's a good pitcher.
Oh, I love this rotation.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
He's a good pitcher.
Yeah, Wheeler, Nola, Suarez.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
Stop
our 1,
making
2, 3.
excuses for our Philadelphia 76ers. They need to play better. Thank you.
I'm ready for football.
Are you going to make any excuses for Cher getting into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as an inductee?
That's just hideous.
No. Do we have are we going to have a music segment today?
I can't with Cher. What the hell has Cher ever done?
She turned back time.
Other than show her butt on an aircraft carrier.
And she blocked Zioli on Twitter.
I don't care about that. I care about the fact that she is not a member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Well,
and she should not be.
She's an inductee.
Hey, you get blocked by Cher. It's a badge of honor, man.
Ugh.
I just wanted to trigger Greg Stocker. All right, you know what you're going to love, though?
Are there Cher fans? Do you think there are Cher fans? Okay.
There's fans of if there's Nickelback fans, there's fans of anybody.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Today, 69 degrees, bright sunny skies. Tomorrow again, so it's a double 69. Tuesday, Wednesday for Tuesday Stocker, and Wednesday for Bruno. Double 69. Then we dip down, 61 degrees for your Thursday, 65 for your Friday, but bright sunny skies. I don't see rain until next Tuesday.
That's great.
For another week.
I hope it never comes back.
This is not. I'm just so you guys know. I'm planting grass. Has not been great for the grass. I'm out there every day watering for an hour.
It's either we get no rain or we get 3 inches in a shot.
I need rain right now.
We have to talk about Natural Lawn of America. First of all, you always seed in the fall. The spring. This is a horrible time to seed.
I don't have time to wait.
All right.
I don't have time to wait.
We are sponsored by Gift of Life.
No, Natural Lawn does a great job, and
Yes.
I'm glad. I
Free seeding right now.
I
Sign
know,
up.
but I'm just saying that I'm seeding myself, and it's not going well.
It's going to be a day, folks. Get ready.
It's the 6:16, and I've hijacked the show. I'm sorry.
Join Gift of Life for the 26th annual Donor Dash, Sunday, April 28th, Philadelphia Navy Yard. Promote the life-saving importance of organ and tissue donation by participating in the 5K or 10K run or the 3K walk. Learn more, donors1.org, donors1.org. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:16 as we get to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by United Tire, the Big Take, the Ivy League, and Israel. It has been 199 days since Israel was attacked by Hamas on October 7th, 2023. And since that horrific day, we have seen a massive surge in anti-Semitic commentary, rhetoric, protests, riots, and threats of violence aimed at Jewish people and students in the United States. In particular, this anti-Semitism has been raging like an inferno on college campuses around America, most notably at all of the Ivy League universities. These far-left institutions still haven't fixed the problem and learned their lesson, despite school presidents such as Claudine Gay from Harvard and Liz McGill at the University of Pennsylvania being ousted and or demoted for their failures to root out this hatred. Almost 200 days later, and the Ivy League still hasn't learned their lesson. Over the last 48 to 72 hours, Columbia University has been the epicenter of hate for Jewish students, and it's long past due that these universities drop the hammer on these pro-Gaza and Hamas supporters who have harassed and instilled fear into innocent Jewish students just trying to get an education and remain safe and protected. How does this nonsense come to an end? Well, university officials need to issue a zero-tolerance policy for hate and have these protesters arrested immediately when they obstruct people's lives in getting from point A to point B. But until all of these academic leaders shut this garbage down, the best way to hit them is in their wallets. And that is exactly what New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft has decided to do. The most successful owner in the NFL posted this message yesterday. Quote, "It was through the full academic scholarship program Columbia gave me that I was able to attend college and get my start in life. And for that, I have been tremendously grateful. However, the school I love so much, the one that welcomed me and provided me with so much opportunity, is no longer an institution I recognize. I am deeply saddened at the viral hate that continues to grow on campus and throughout our country. I am no longer confident that Columbia can protect its students and staff, and I am not comfortable supporting the university until corrective action is taken. It is my hope that Columbia and its leadership will stand up to this hate by ending these protests immediately and will work to earn back the respect and trust of the many of us who have lost faith in the institution. It is my hope that in this difficult time, the Kraft Center at Columbia will serve as a source of security and safety for all Jewish students and faculty on campus who want to gather peacefully to practice their religion, to be together, and to be welcomed." End quote. Here is one video of the protests at Columbia University. Now, full disclosure, a little bit of a warning. Some of the audio might be offensive. Listen and watch this.
You're what? You're Hamas? Yes, we're all Hamas.
For those not watching on YouTube or who couldn't make out what was said, the protesters were calling Jewish people pigs. They also said the phrase Zionist pigs, and they were yelling, "We are Hamas," and "Long live Hamas." House Republican Elise Stefanik of New York, who absolutely eviscerated Claudine Gay and Liz McGill months ago, tweeted the following yesterday. Quote, "Today, I formally demanded Columbia President Shafiq to resign following her failure to put an end to the mob of students and agitators spreading anti-Semitism and calling for acts of terrorism against Jewish students at Columbia," end quote. GOP elected officials receiving bipartisan support, even from Democrats, who most notably would bring up John Fetterman, senator from Pennsylvania, who tweeted this yesterday. Quote, "As an alumnus of Harvard, and after this mad season of anti-Semitism at Columbia, I co-sign. This former governor of Massachusetts doesn't need a paycheck, but Harvard and its academic peers need to recalibrate from far-left orthodoxy." Fetterman is actually referring to an op-ed written in the Washington Post that has the following headline: "Harvard is an almighty mess. Let Mitt Romney clean it up." And what have we come to realize yet again? Everything the left said Trump was and would be has actually happened under the Democrats and Joe Biden's watch. Remember all of the Trump is Hitler talk? Yeah, the far left is far more like Hitler than Donald Trump could ever be. Remember the Biden-Harris campaign tweeting out, "Trump parrots Hitler"? Was this happening during the Trump administration? I don't seem to recall many pro-Gaza protests and Hamas riots in the streets of America, on bridges, in public transit systems, and on college campuses. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is an Ivy League grad himself. He was asked about these anti-Semitism demonstrations plaguing schools like Harvard, Penn, and Columbia. Here is what the leader of the F Around and Find Out state had to say. Listen and watch this.
Well, first on what's happening in these college campuses, you know, if I were in charge, I would send the Justice Department after those universities, because This is unacceptable to have this type of anti-Semitism, where it's not just bad speech. They're really targeting Jewish students. It's a hostile environment and violates the civil rights of those students. And these universities, they just aren't willing to do what needs to be done to ensure. I can tell you this, in Florida, at our state universities, there's a code of conduct. You have a right to protest and stuff, but you don't have a right to harass other people. You don't have a right to put a target on someone's back based on their religion or ethnicity. And if you're doing those things, you're going to be shown the door. I think these students, if they're foreign students on visas, their visas should be canceled and they should be sent home. That should just happen. Second, if it's students, American students, and they're violating code of conduct, you start expelling people, the behavior will change. Right now in higher education, particularly in those schools up there, the inmates run the asylum. And so the students do this stuff knowing there's not going to be any repercussions. The minute there's repercussions, you will start to see a change in behavior. And so I think what's going on up there is disgraceful, but I think Biden has been very weak in basically allowing that to happen without getting the Department of Education and the Department of Justice involved.
It is pretty simple. If repercussions are handed out, the actions will diminish, if not stop entirely. Suspend these students, arrest them, charge them, and follow through with prosecuting them, and expel them from the school if necessary. Send a message, a very, very punitive message, that this will not be tolerated, period. If you mess around, you're going to find out. Squad Dem Ilhan Omar had her daughter find out the hard way. According to the New York Post, the privileged daughter of Minnesota Rep. Ilhan Omar amazingly claims now that she is homeless and can't get food after being kicked out of her prestigious $90,000 per year college dorm on campus at Columbia following her arrest at last week's anti-Israel protest. Isra Hersey, 21, was hit with a suspension after she was among more than 100 protesters cuffed and hauled away for refusing to clear out from a tent encampment on campus last Thursday. But elsewhere on campus, there's lots of other injustice occurring. According to reports, Jewish Columbia professor Shai Davidai says his key card to enter the school has since been deactivated as anti-Israel protesters take over the school. Davidai blasted the school for wanting Jewish brains, but not Jewish people. Here he is in a video that has since gone viral on social media. Listen and watch this.
I have not just a civil right as a Jewish person to be on campus. I have a right as a professor employed by the university to be on campus. They deactivated my card. These are 5 lawsuits happening, but we don't want to do it. We just want to be Jewish and
For those not able to see the video on YouTube, he is outside of a gate, unable to gain entry on campus as others surround him with their phones recording that message that you just heard. There is no reports of this man being violent. He hasn't threatened anyone. And what exactly is the crime? What policy did he violate, other than opening his mouth to vocalize the current injustice that is unfolding before America's eyes? And this is awful for these students and professors at Columbia and other Ivy League schools who are Jewish. This is also bad news for Biden and the Democrats. Jewish Americans have traditionally voted Democrat at an overwhelming majority rate. And according to the American Jewish Population Project, there are roughly 6 million registered Jewish voters who vote Democrat, or 2.4% of the population. My guess is there are more Jewish voters who vote D than Muslim Americans who vote D. And if that math is true, and these voters end up sitting it out, or voting for RFK, or even voting for Donald Trump, this will be a net negative for Biden, especially in swing states like Michigan and Pennsylvania. A calculus equation that could backfire on the big guy. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
It's brought to you by United Tire. With all the driving around you do this spring, make sure you take care of your car. Schedule an appointment at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections, the skilled technicians at United Tire are here to help. Visit UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. You can jump in if you want. Your thoughts and reactions, 855-839-1210, on social media at 1210 WPHT, and, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. Nick, Dawn, and Greg just underway a Tuesday morning of Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Beautiful 69 degrees, sunny weather. Spring is upon us. No time like the present to get back on the roads. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are going to help you find that luxury vehicle. Yes, that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and so much more. Just visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, or you can stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. Yes, that's what I'm talking about when I talk about the power of Piazza. They're everywhere. PIAZZA, PremiumAutomobiles.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, I got a question for you. You hate bending over to put on your shoes? Wish you could just put them on standing or sitting without ever having to touch them? If so, then I have the shoe for you. Introducing new hands-free Skechers Slip-ins. With new Skechers Slip-ins, you just step in and off you go. You don't even need to lace up. So how do Skechers Slip-ins work? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide right into place. So just step in them and go. Find new hands-free Skechers Slip-ins for the whole family at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
I'm Bill, and I'm living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that causes scarring of the lungs and makes it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose, so if you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. My wife, Bev, and I have walked every step of this journey together. I couldn't have traveled this road alone, and neither should you. Get help. Find hope. Go to lungsandyou.com.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
In your journey back to work, we understand the barriers you may face. We have a solution to bridge that gap. No matter your background, PA CareerLink staff are here to provide personalized assistance and help you thrive. Take the first step towards a new chapter in your career journey with PA CareerLink. Visit pacareerlink.pa.gov or your local PA CareerLink office today.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing with 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
Hello, Saver.
Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Tuesday morning. It is Kayal and Company. Good to have all of you aboard. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us live on YouTube. So let's get to Trump's day in court yesterday, because we had opening statements and it was an absolute charade. And when you actually hear and read some of the quotes as to Mr. Colangelo, the prosecutor, Matthew Colangelo, as he told the Manhattan courtroom yesterday, and you listen to everything that he had to say, you realize what a facade and a charade this case is. You're going to hear from Jonathan Turley in a moment talking about how this whole case is a joke. Obviously, Jonathan Turley, legal scholar, George Washington University, as bright as they come when it comes to the letter of the law. Also, Andrew McCarthy. You've seen him on Fox News. He's also a columnist for the New York Post. He's a former federal prosecutor, and he's pointing out the fact that hush money is not a crime, and Alvin Bragg has no case at all against Donald Trump. But a couple of tidbits from yesterday's opening statements, courtesy of the Daily Mail, with the headline that reads, "Trump fumes as prosecutors say he orchestrated a criminal scheme to corrupt the 2016 election, and detail catch-and-kill plot in blockbuster opening statements in the hush money trial." In opening statements, prosecutor Matthew Colangelo told a packed Manhattan courtroom, quote, "This case is about a criminal conspiracy and a cover-up. The defendant, Donald Trump, orchestrated a criminal scheme to corrupt the 2016 presidential election. Then he covered up that criminal conspiracy by lying in his New York business records over and over and over again." He goes on to say, quote, "It was election fraud, pure and simple." Okay, so let me hear from Jonathan Turley. This is, I believe, K1, Greg, and this is Turley on Fox News talking about what a joke this case is.
Clear is in this case, Trump is right. I mean, this is an embarrassment. I mean, the fact that we are actually talking about this case being presented in a New York courtroom leaves me in utter disbelief. I mean, the arguments today did, in fact, capture all the problems here. You know, you had this misdemeanor under state law that had run out. This is going back to related to the 2016 election. And they zapped it back into life by alleging that there was a campaign finance violation under the federal laws that doesn't exist. The Department of Justice doesn't view it this way.
Okay, so Jonathan Turley's not in the hyperbole business. He's not in the ratings or opinion or shock value business. He is in the interpret the law and give an educated, scholarly opinion on whatever the case might be. That's exactly what he does. The same thing with Andy McCarthy, who's got this column in the New York Post today. It says, "Hush money, not a crime, and Bragg has no case against Trump." McCarthy writes the following, and this is very interesting. And he says the following: "It got me to thinking, why do we call it the hush money trial? Well, sure, the media Democrat complex loves the salacious overtone of that spin, but that's not the real reason. If Trump had robbed a bank, or as he once famously put it, shot someone on Fifth Avenue in broad daylight, we'd be talking about Trump's bank robbery trial or his murder trial. That is, we would be talking about the crime. The problem the Democrats and their note takers have, the problem that the elected progressive Democratic prosecutor Alvin Bragg has, is that they want to accuse Trump, and what they're trying to accuse him of is not a crime. Yes, of course, Bragg has indicted Trump for a nonsensical business records falsification offense, a mere misdemeanor, that he has abusively tried to inflate into 34 felonies. What they want to say, instead, is that Trump stole the 2016 election, only they can't do that. After all, that would make them election deniers. McCarthy goes on to write, they've spent nearly 4 years telling Americans that Trump is the most profound threat to our constitutional order in history because to this day, and even as he seeks the Oval Office yet again, he will not admit that he lost the 2020 election fair and square. Yet, boiled down to its essence, Bragg's indictment accuses Trump of stealing the 2016 election. But more to the point, Bragg's elaboration of Trump's supposed criminal scheme, laid out in a statement of facts, so-called, that he penned and published when the indictment was unsealed, alludes to what he is accusing Trump of is not a criminal conspiracy. That is why Democrats and their journalistic allies have to say hush money trial. It sounds sinister, and then when you don't have a crime and you're about to commence a criminal trial, you better sound sinister. He goes on further to write about how this is not a crime. This is a non-disclosure agreement. And if you listen to Zioli yesterday, before his interview with Trump, because I tuned in right at like 4:59 on the app, I figured he would have Trump right off the top. I think they got to the Trump interview at like 5:16 or 5:17. But Rich broke down why this is not a crime, and this is merely an NDA, which is common practice for many people in politics or in public office or any public profession where you are out there to the people and to the masses. So, like, Dawn, I'm looking at this case, and I know we've talked about, like, you know, Alvin Bragg, he just downgrades felonies, and they tried to bootstrap this to from a misdemeanor to a felony. But the reality is you have two very well-respected legal scholars or former federal prosecutors that have basically said, Alvin Bragg has no case. There's no crime here. This really illustrates what a joke this specific case is.
Yeah, it is a joke. Full disclosure, I have signed many NDAs. Full disclosure.
Yeah?
Sure. And all the anchor people, I guarantee you, reporting on this very story, they should look at their contract and in past contracts because they as well have signed. And it's a non-disclosure agreement. It's perfectly legal.
Mm-hmm.
But what strikes me, and this has been reported for years, and it's amazing to me that the so-called mainstream media just kind of glides over this fact, that if they're saying that he was trying to dupe anybody by allegedly paying somebody off for something that allegedly happened back in, by the way, 18, 19 years ago, that's what we're talking about. The alleged affair with Stephanie Clifford, Stormy Daniels, allegedly happened 18, 19 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But what doesn't make sense is that all of the records show clearly that the payments that Trump was paying Cohen, his at the time attorney, he was paying him monthly payments of $35,000 a month in 2017.
Right.
So it does not add up that in fact this was prior to 2016.
Right. He's already elected and in office.
So what's the motivation?
In February of 2017.
So now the motivation is allegedly, here's the only motivation, is that allegedly when this thing happened, your wife was pregnant with Barron and you're embarrassed.
Yep.
That's the only thing you've got.
Right.
and you're trying to, make it so that this doesn't have to be in your wife's face.
Correct. And
that's it.
Yep. No, you're right. And McCarthy goes on to say the following: hush money deals are actually legal and they are commonplace. Far from being unlawful, NDAs or non-disclosure agreements are a staple of civil litigation settlements in the United States. He goes on to write the following: look, if scheming to suppress information were a crime, Bragg's case would be very simple. He would have charged Trump with scheming to suppress information. Instead, Bragg is charged business records falsification on the untested, absurd legal theory that the way Trump booked NDA payments violated federal campaign laws, even though Bragg, a state prosecutor, has no authority to enforce federal law. And even though the NDA payments were technically not campaign expenditures, which is why the feds did not bring enforcement action against Trump. So he doesn't have the jurisdiction to honestly prosecute this crime or alleged crime because it's a federal issue. And the feds have already said, we've investigated it, we looked into it, there's nothing here that we can charge him with. Let's move on. And oh, by the way, the prior DA in Manhattan that served before Alvin Bragg, he also decided to pass on prosecuting this case. So when you add it all up, you realize there's a motive, there's an agenda here, and this is a guy who campaigned on, quote, getting Trump, which a lot of these people have, honestly. Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, Letitia James, either directly or indirectly, in their lead up to their elections as they were running for their respective offices, said that they were, quote, and I'm paraphrasing here, I'm going to get Trump. And here we are. And you have to ask yourself the question, would they really be going after him if he wasn't running again? I mean, I can't imagine these cases being brought in 2024 if Donald Trump decided, you know what, I'm not going to run for president. He never got involved in the primaries. DeSantis or Nikki Haley's the GOP nominee. And it's April 23rd, 2024. Trump's out of the political game and he's sitting at home getting ready to tee off. I don't think we would see any of these cases being prosecuted.
I think you're right. I think that the fact that this dates back to 2006, the payments were made in 2017. Why weren't these charges brought in 2017 or 2018 or 2019? They had to time all of these. Think about all these trials, civil, criminal. And yesterday, it was unfolding in the civil case with Engoron while this was happening. All this was timed, Nick. You're exactly right. And that's what I cannot believe that the mainstream media, they're not pointing that out every single day. You have to time this kind of thing.
The only people that actually talk about the absurdity on the mainstreams like CNN are the people with legal backgrounds like the Ellie Honigs of the world. None of the talking heads on CNN or MSNBC, the actual hosts and anchors, will point out the absurdity. You have to bring in a legal person to get some sort of respectable balance to the coverage.
Yeah, because I think anybody who knows, who's a lawyer, they know that they'll be shamed if they don't say what is so obvious.
Right.
But I don't have a law degree.
Nope.
I think anybody who has common sense can look at this entire case. We can all read. We can see what is what and what this says. The fact that it's almost like, I don't know, some kind of a Pac-Man game where the thing has to turn into a ghost before you can go after it. Or, you know what I mean? I was trying to think of another analogy. It's crazy time.
It is. Indeed. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. The woke mob is coming after the Queen, Taylor Swift, for probably the dumbest reason of all time. Back after this on Kayal and Company.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're dealing with inflammation or stiff joints, then Glyco Plus from Rescue Natural Supplements can be your ticket to a healthier spring. Glyco Plus features a unique blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen, specifically designed to support joint health. Collagen, a vital component of joint cartilage, plays a crucial role in maintaining strength and flexibility. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use the code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh yeah, Kayal Company, hour number 1 coming to a close on a Tuesday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. I've always said when it comes to entertainment, whether it is comedy, movies, lyrics, or any other sort of distraction, you can't let it trigger you. That's the rule for adults who aren't snowflakes. It's just make-believe. But don't tell that to the woke mob, because now they're coming after Taylor Swift. You know, I think we've all wondered what it was like to have been born and raised in a different era or a different decade. Have you ever thought about that, Greg Stocker, Dawn Stenzel? Have you ever said, I'd like to be born in the 1940s, the 1810?
No.
1960s?
No. I'm happy to be Gen X.
You're happy to be where you are.
Exactly.
Dawn, have you ever thought about being born in a different decade?
I have not, but for my son Michael, he loves everything 1940s.
Really?
He loves history, but that time period, the music, the move, everything. He loves that time period. And I have a niece who is, she's 19 years old. She loves everything the 1950s.
Okay.
And she's going to an art school for design. And so I do know people who are those old souls. I think it means you're an old soul.
Yeah. I would have liked to have been born in the 60s so I could have got into talk radio in the late 80s, made a killing, and then be close to retirement by now. But not that I've thought about it too much. But don't tell people that you would like to have been born and raised and lived in the 1830s, because that's racist, and the woke mob will come get you even if you are Taylor Swift, who dropped her new album this past Friday titled The Tortured Poets Department. It's a 31-track album, and one of the songs, called I Hate It Here, has triggered those on the far left. The lyrics are as follows. My friends used to play a game where we would pick a decade we wished we could live in instead of this. I'd say the 1830s, but without all the racists, and getting married off for the highest bid. That has now triggered the outrage mob that Taylor Swift brought up the fact that she'd like to live in the 1830s, and everybody is now livid, apparently, on social media because she brought up racists from the 1830s. So Taylor Swift is now feeling the wrath of the far left.
It's amazing.
Isn't it unbelievable?
It is amazing.
Had I had listened to that song on Spotify and even clicked the little button where you could see the lyrics scrolling as you listen to your favorite song on Spotify, I never would have been triggered over seeing her say, I'd say the 1830s, but without all the races.
Well, that's because you're a sane human being.
I mean, imagine allowing lyrics to ruin your day.
Yeah.
It's just like a comedian triggering you and you leave there all ticked off. So there you go. Taylor Swift, she's also vulnerable to the far left woke mob when they get triggered over something. Can't go after the queen, though. Can't go after the queen. She's the queen, right? She's the queen of the world. But, she's offending some people.
I wonder what triggered her to say the 1830s.
I have no idea.
Is there a Yellowstone what?
Stalker, you're the music guy. Is there a lot of research that goes into these lyrics before you crank out an album?
I have no idea. She's a tortured poet. That's all I know.
Tortured poet.
Fashion?
Yeah.
Bustiers or something?
Unbelievable.
I don't know.
I'm going to have to. We should actually play that song in the cut sheet today and see if it's real trigger worthy, especially those lyrics.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, probably not. 855-839-1210 is the number. We'll come back. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. And then Pennsylvania, are we seeing a little red rush here in the Keystone State? Some of the details to prove that's exactly what we're experiencing. Kayal and Company, hour 2 next.
Join Camden County and visit South Jersey May 4th for the annual Down and Derby Wine Festival at Veterans Island at Cooper River Park. Enjoy a day of sipping wine from South Jersey's favorite wineries like Amalthea Cellars and Salem Oak Vineyards. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com. Get 10 tickets for the price of 8 or 6 tickets for the price of 5. Come dressed in your Kentucky finest or as you like. Music and entertainment including the Secret Service Band. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com.
Hey, neighbor, what you doing?
Just getting the groundwork done to put up my new fence.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One call system to check the underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here. Oh, no.
Whoa, I think that's a water main. Yeah, well, you said you always wanted a pool. All joking aside, you should call Pennsylvania One call.
You're right, I'm going to call Pennsylvania One call. But first, cannonball!
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Some people bring joy wherever they go, some whenever they go. Mark Twain found humor all around. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Humor. Pass it on from PassItOn.com.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath,
feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 7 o'clock. Welcome back in. Hour number 2 underway here on this beautiful Tuesday. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Knicks fan Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. Cut sheet coming up, 7:45. Also, are we experiencing a changing of the tide, so to speak, here in the state of Pennsylvania when it comes to registered Republicans? Some of the big swings that we have seen since 2020 here in our state. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. Also, if you are in the military, make sure you use the proper pronouns or you could get court-martialed. That's right. We're going to get to that story and a whole lot more. By the way, Caitlin Clark, big payday, as I told you what happened. And also another prominent female athlete coming out saying we need to protect biological females and women's sports. We'll get to all of that this morning. But right now, let's get to the news. 7:02, round number 2, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Tuesday morning, as Greg Stocker always says. Kayal Company News Live, sponsored by Budget Blinds. 43 degrees, sunny skies today. That's what you can expect. 69 degrees is what we'll be heating up to on this primary election day in Pennsylvania. Headlines here, as we know that Philadelphia police are investigating after a man was killed, a woman injured in a double shooting. This happened in the Olney section of Philadelphia. The man is dead. The woman recovering in stable condition in the hospital. Following that shooting happened outside LB's Lounge 5th and Tabor Ave overnight. Around midnight, officers finding that 33-year-old man unresponsive on the sidewalk when they were called to the lounge. That man was rushed to the hospital. He later died. As far as the 30-year-old woman, she was shot. She's in stable condition, so we don't have any word on suspect's motive. It's under investigation. Also, in an Olney home, police investigating after a woman they say is in critical condition. She was shot. We have pro-Palestinian protests sweeping campuses following the arrests at Columbia as well. We saw yesterday what happened at Yale University. So classes now at Columbia will go hybrid for the rest of spring semester.
Oh, my God.
So that's the remedy for anti-Semitic behavior on campus. You can go hybrid.
So that's a combination, I'm assuming, of in-class plus virtual? It's kind of like a mix and match?
Yes, and it gives you the choice. So if you're a Jewish kid and you don't feel safe, well, you can just
stay
home.
Okay, so if that's
Zoom.
if that's the case, then those Jewish students who don't feel safe, that do stay home and do virtual, they should get some sort of discount off of their tuition.
Yeah, free.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Who is this president?
Shafiq is her last name.
I mean, let's go.
I know. At least Stefanik needs to body bag each and every one of them. She should take like an Ivy League campus tour and just call for each and every one of their heads. It's unbelievable.
It really is.
Penn, Harvard, Yale, Columbia, on down the list.
This is this is going to come to a really, really, really bad boiling point.
There is going to be major riots. I mean, flaming objects thrown through windows, cars stomped on, and sadly, there probably will be fatalities.
Yes,
I think that's. I mean,
agree.
we still have 6 months to go till the election. Sorry.
In Chester, Pennsylvania, this is a sick story. It's a couple from Delaware County facing multiple charges after police say the police rescued two women who police say were raped and kidnapped by this man and woman. The DA, they're saying it's just a sick, horrible situation with no moral boundaries. So they're accusing 41-year-old Michael Swanson, 37-year-old Nicole Swanson from Chester, PA, of kidnapping, sexually assaulting, stealing from two adult women who suffer with intellectual disabilities.
Oh, geez.
It's really sick. It's just a sick case, and it's making international headlines. So I'll just give you that one. On this primary election day, as a beautiful day to head to the polls to vote in Pennsylvania, we have some good news for Kevin Boyle, the representative who, yes, is on the ballot today. He's a Democrat seeking his 8th term. He's being primaried by fellow Democrat Sean Doherty, as well as two Republicans who we've interviewed many times. They're trying to take this seat, which would be important as far as the balance of power in Harrisburg. But good news for Boyle, because there has been an arrest warrant out for, it would be a week today, because he allegedly violated a protection from abuse order from his ex-wife. Larry Krasner coming out yesterday and announcing, oops, they didn't realize that there was a point when the protection, the basically one of the PFAs had expired. And so before she applied for the new one, there was like a little vacant moment in between, a lull.
It must have slipped through the cracks here, Dawn.
So technically, they were filing the arrest with the warrant for his arrest based on the lull.
Would Mr. Boyle have been afforded the same breaks if he had an R in front of his name from Larry Krasner? Inquiring minds would like to know.
Oh, I'm sure it would be the same, Nick Kayal.
Equal treatment under the law, right?
No. It's
What a fiasco.
Yes. So from accused wife beaters to accused bookkeeping error people, we've talked a lot about the Trump situation. That will continue today, that saga in Manhattan. I'll point out to you because Passover began last night at sundown, and so that court proceeding in Manhattan had been dismissed at 12:30 due to the first day of Passover beginning at sundown yesterday. Today, the court proceeding will go until 2 p.m. in recognition of the fact that they have, again, at sundown, that's when you have your family dinners.
Yeah.
What a time to be doing all of this nonsense protesting, too, at these holy days for Jewish people.
How about that for irony? Yeah.
Well, I think it's planned. I think that this was planned for the beginning.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I think that's the sick part of it. We have in Philadelphia, we have police protection and extra paroles around all of our synagogues here in Philadelphia and across the nation. The FBI even came out and said, although they don't have, let's say a cell group or something tangible, they have all these threats and all this chatter. I mean, to your point about your fear of God forbid, something happening during Passover.
Yep.
This is real. And the fear for people who are going to worship during a high holy holiday and family dinners and all of that, it's happening here in our region and across the nation. I know rabbis, and I know friends, they're college-age kids, that the rabbis are saying, your kids aren't safe, just get them home.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
I know. It's sad.
Noah Rubin in the New York Post this morning has an op-ed called "Turning into Hamas U."
Wow. And he's referring to specifically Colombia?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, in the big take, when we played you that clip, I mean, you had those, I'm assuming they're students, and they had their face covered, and they're chanting, "We are Hamas." I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if that individual that had their face covered that was chanting, "We are Hamas," has no Middle Eastern blood in them all, just a deranged protester that has no idea what they're actually protesting, just out there for the sake of protesting, because that's the trendy thing to do.
There's a giant sign at Columbia that says, "Welcome to the People's University for Palestine."
Wow. They've legitimately allowed the inmates to run the asylum. Where's the adult leadership? What a disgrace.
And the issue is not, and that you bring up some important points here that I'll point out. So nobody on campus or none of these rabbis are saying that they have a problem with somebody who's supporting, let's say, the people in a group. That's not what this is about. It has crossed a line to actual anti-Semitic, these are threats against Jewish students.
Yeah.
That's what's going on here.
Right.
It's not just that it's not that the Jewish students on campus are inferring because somebody might support another movement.
Yeah.
It's that, that means that's not what's happening here. These are direct threats, death threats, and so on and so forth against students because they're being identified as Jewish.
That's correct.
It's
Holy smokes.
It's 1930. It's the 1930s all over again.
DeSantis said in the big take, these are civil rights violations. I mean, I believe him when he said everything he said as far as he would clean that up real quick.
I'm going to get to this at 7:45. I have a Columbia University professor who says that if she had a son or daughter that was going to the university that she teaches at, she would not have them wear a yarmulke.
That's where we are, that you can't wear something that's symbolic to your beliefs out of fear of retaliation, attacks.
It's hard to believe this is America.
Yep.
So we're looking at that. And let me just get to the forecast. We talked earlier today about the fact that the Phils are the Phils are the winners. Sixers are the losers. Although I will put an asterisk beside our Sixers because last night the referees were horrible, and they may actually file an official complaint.
No.
Are you denying the outcome of Game 2, Dawn?
I am. I am.
Look,
stop the steal.
The refs,
I'm saying it.
The refs
for our
were
Phil,
the
for our
refs were
Sixers.
bad. The refs were bad. There's no doubt about it. But play better.
Yeah.
Play harder. Play better. Don't even make it an issue.
I'm so defeated with that team. I just have no expectations. Embiid's been hurt. They're not a great team. They don't
Max
have
is exciting.
Oh,
though.
yes,
he
yeah.
is so exciting to watch.
Yes, but I just know even if we beat the Knicks, I know it's going to come to an end against you-know-who. So it's just like, I almost rather just get it over with now. You know?
Stop. We're going to beat the Knicks. Now they're mad.
Where was Tobias Harris last night? Where was Kelly Oubre?
Yeah, Kelly Oubre. He's getting assaulted in alleyways on a bike.
All right. Let's get to the forecast, shall we?
Nobody cares. Play harder. That's my motto for the Sixers.
So that's my mom.
That's going to be your motto to like all the producers that ask for a raise. Nobody care. Work harder.
Yeah.
So the forecast you're going to love. The
I could sit
forecast
here.
is the good news of the day.
I could sit here and make excuses of why we can't do this and why we can't do that and why we can't compete with music FM stations because we're the only station left on AM. Nobody cares. Work harder.
Boom.
Thank you. Sorry, Dawn.
Oh, and I apologize. Yesterday, I forgot to say something. It was Earth Day yesterday.
No, I missed Earth Day.
It was Earth Day.
Why did we clean up the park on Friday then? Why didn't we do it on Monday?
Little off.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I got to tell you, I'd rather do it on a Friday and then go into my weekend than kick off my week out in the park. Just personal.
Well, my theory is the rest of the company, they basically get a day off. so they get a.
Oh, listen to Dawn.
They get a Friday off.
Everybody listening right now, all the salespeople listening at 712.
All the suits showing up.
They all get a day off.
Sweatshirts
By
and
the way,
jeans.
where were you? Your show ends at noon. You could have made it out there.
My show.
How dare you?
Okay.
Nick Kayal, Anthony Dorenzo representing.
Dawn, I even skipped my nap.
Kirk Corliss, who is a part-time producer, he was there. No Dawn Stensland.
Yes.
First of all,
where was Phil?
I am planting trees. I've planted more trees in my life. I plant trees all the time. But Friday, I had, if you must know, an important parent-teacher conference.
At noon on a Friday?
No, it was at 1:30.
She just got back from Italy on Thursday. Cut her some slack.
It was at 1:30.
I cut nobody slack.
It was the junior prom.
Okay.
After that.
Yeah, I know.
Pictures at 4 at the Philadelphia Cricket Club.
Plus, if Dawn was there, she could have been orchestrating the whole cleanup operation. She could have pointed over there.
We want to hit that hard.
Want to hit that area hard. And clean that nonsense up.
Just get a bulldozer. Just. All right, let's talk about budget blinds. Thank you for sponsoring us here and take me away out of this. Spring is here. Now is the time to budget. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. I believe Greg Stocker and Mrs. Stocker have, right?
Yes.
Do you have the motorization?
We have the
Those
motorization
are so cool.
for the big bay window blinds. Yes, it's lovely. And we got them all from Budget Blinds.
I covet your motorized budget blinds.
Yes.
Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Budgetblinds.com. Thank you, budgetblinds.com, for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:15 on this Tuesday morning. Coming up next, for the first time in recent memory, the GOP in Pennsylvania went 67 for 67 in county registration gains ahead of an election. What will it mean this November? We'll try to make sense of it next here on Kayal & Company.
I am so happy to talk about my good friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Great people. It's important to be comfortable with the people who come into your home for things like maintenance and repairs. And you truly get that with Carrie, Bill, their entire AMC team. They have such a great wealth of experience, a dedication to their field. The professionals of AMC take such pride in their work, and they believe in delivering high quality at a fair price. They're going to work until that job is done correctly. I think one of the testaments to the quality of the company is when you look at the workforce. Their crew, they've had the same great crew together for so many years. And it stands out to me that one of the first things that Kerry said to me, you always want to ask this question, especially for HVAC or plumbing, for a technician, say to them, are you on commission? Because so many of these different companies are actually commission salespeople, not necessarily just a technician. So it's important to know that at AMC, they do not earn commission. They never sell customers anything you don't need. And you can trust they're going to make the proper repair, install the appropriate system for your home. AMC keeps to the schedule, communicates openly, they're on time, and they believe in all of that. So we got 69 degrees today and tomorrow. We are warming up. You want that AC ready to keep your home cool. And right now is the time to call my friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Call them today. Schedule a spring tune-up at an awesome discount. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Odyssey, we help protect this planet we all share through our One Thing sustainability initiatives. We donate $1 million of media every year to local environmental nonprofit organizations. And this month, our Odyssey teams will be out in our local communities cleaning up, planting trees, and more. When we each do one thing, it becomes 100, 1,000, a million things for our planet. What's your one thing? For more, download the free Odyssey app or go to odyssey.com/onething.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1020. 1026. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Rebates, and tax credits. This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Now is the time to replace that old heating and cooling equipment that you've been putting off replacing. Did you know that between PICO, the manufacturers, and federal tax credits, we can save you up to $3,800? Look, we know that replacing your HVAC equipment isn't cheap, so call our family-owned and run company and let our expertise in this area help you get high-efficiency, reliable equipment for a fair price. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get slimmer before the summer with njdiet.com.
I like to be active, and as you get older, I know it because I am older. You're more prone to injury, and I could not get rid of the pain.
QC Kinetics patient Diane Richardson talking about how a hiking injury left her in awful pain.
No one wants to live in pain. I certainly don't want to live in pain. I don't have time for pain.
Diane had heard about regenerative medicine, so she called QC Kinetics and started treatment right away. And the results were incredible.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly was skeptical, but the pain went from a 10 to a 0.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in using natural biologics, healing properties from your own body to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. There's no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime.
The result was phenomenal. I mean, I was not feeling any pain. I'm able to do everything that I want to do.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, this may be the solution you're looking for. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
It was a game changer.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, President of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
What's on the cut sheet? That's coming up 7:45, and we shall see what Stalker has lined up in less than 25 minutes. As we continue, Kayal and Company, it's a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Some very good news here on primary day in Pennsylvania. If you are a Republican, a registered Republican voter, I've got some numbers here for you that I think will put a smile on your face. Still some work to do, but some big strides in progress has been made. I saw this from our buddy Athan Kutzer-Rumbus from Real Clear Politics, and he put out a Twitter thread last night And it was from the original source is Nick Field, who writes for the Penn Capital Star website, and he does a lot of Pennsylvania voting analysis and deep dives. A little deep in the weeds here, but these numbers are very important. And Athen tweeted the following last night. He said, breaking, for the first time in recent memory, the GOP in Pennsylvania went 67 for 67, referring to the counties, the total number of counties in the state, in county registration gains ahead of an election. And just to illustrate how well Republicans have done in the last 4 years at chipping away the once big lead Democrats have or had, these numbers are very interesting. He says the following. When you look at the last presidential cycle, particularly during the COVID-delayed voter registration deadline in May of 2020, Democrats held an advantage in Pennsylvania of 803,427 registered Democrats over Republicans in total. Today, that number of 803,000 plus has been whittled away to 397,241. If you do some quick math, Republicans have chipped away 406,000 registered voters in the last 4 years, heading up to an election. And I think this is important in part because in 2020, Joe Biden won Pennsylvania by 80,000 votes. Yet here we are less than 4 years later, and 400,000 registered voters have swung in the other direction. Now, Democrats still have the advantage, for sure. But in a state decided by 80,000 votes, if you now have 400,000 new registered voters, in theory, you at least have to be comfortable feeling like, you know what, maybe Pennsylvania is more winnable for Donald Trump this November than maybe you thought before I just gave you those numbers. I think a lot of people deserve a lot of credit for this. Scott Pressler is one of the first guys that always comes to mind. He's always out there, boots on the ground, going door to door, getting people to register and sign up to become a Republican voter, informing people as to what the issues are and where Republicans are with certain policies. So I think this is important because I have been of the belief, and I think I'm the only one on this show that thinks Pennsylvania is blue. I happen to buy into what Rich was spinning 2 years ago after the midterms failed to deliver what we thought was the red wave. And I was very negative and pessimistic that Pennsylvania is blue and going blue and is going to stay blue, yada, yada, yada. But a lot of people think that Pennsylvania is purple. I mean, at this point, can you honestly sit here and say that you feel like Trump's got a real chance now to win Pennsylvania? The math would indicate yes. I don't know how realistic that is. When I look at all these swing states, I have said, I think Trump's taking Georgia. I think Trump was going to take Arizona because of the border up until last week with that 1864 Arizona abortion ban. Now I think Arizona's kind of back to a toss-up. Remember, Joe Biden only won Arizona and Georgia by 10 and 11,000 votes respectively in 2020. I think North Carolina is Trump's all the way. I think Trump's going to win Nevada. The question is, can Trump win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and or Wisconsin? Those are three states where Joe Biden won by 20,000 votes, 80,000 in Pennsylvania, and 154,000 in Michigan. And we know he's got a major Arab American problem in Michigan right now with what's going on with Israel and Hamas. And Dawn, you always talk local politics at the state level. Mm-hmm. With these numbers, are you more encouraged about the GOP's chances this fall?
I am, but if you look at the sliver, I mean, in 2020, it was 50% blue, 48.8% red.
Yeah.
You go back to 2016, and yes, Trump won it, but it was 47.5 to 48.2.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a razor thin margin.
They're coin flips, basically.
Right?
Yeah.
And so every vote matters. And why do we think Joe Biden was here in Pennsylvania 3 times last week?
Why do you think he's been here 20 times in 3 years, right?
Because he knows, the Democrats know how important, how critical Pennsylvania is in the upcoming election, which is why all of the situations, such as what's happening right now in the North Penn School District, matter.
Oh, yeah.
Because, and it's also why the media is complicit, why the media continues to not report certain facts. Because if we think about what Republicans stand for, what Trump stands for, and we think about the indoctrination that's happening in our schools, and we think about the fact that basically little kids are, the Democrats are willing to sacrifice little kids in the name of not dealing with certain issues that are a reality right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's sickening.
Mm-hmm.
And even yesterday, there were some callers into my show who connected the dots and said, think about even what's happening at the grade school, middle school level, and then look at what's happening on our college campuses. It's all connected.
Yep.
Those woke individuals that you talked about earlier, Nick Kayal, that are on college campuses and they're white privileged kids, where their parents are spending $60K a year. They're not going to end up with student debt. Their parents are very wealthy,
right?
But they're so blind and indoctrinated. They have no clue. This is what's going on in our country. Wake up.
Those numbers, by the way, with that margin being trimmed down from 803,000 to 397,000, just a little bit more context to that. In that time, 122,639 more voters have joined the Republican rolls, yet Democrats have lost 195,867 registrants as the Republicans have gained 210,000. All the while, independent voters who chose either no affiliation or some party rose by 108,187. All of that, of course, here in Pennsylvania. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, cut sheet in 15 minutes. And also, if you are in the military or you have a family member, a friend, or a loved one in the military, make sure you inform them they better use the right pronouns or they'll end up court-martialed. The details coming up next, but first a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Just had the opportunity last week to check out a variety of high-end vehicles at the Piazza Auto Group. The Mercedes-Benz C300, fantastic. If you need something slightly more affordable, the Acura Integra, all the luxury, all the amenities, all the accessories. And also, if you need something super powerful and very economical, can I encourage you to test drive the Mazda CX-30? Mazda, Acura, Mercedes-Benz, just three of the many great brands at the Piazza Auto Group. And of course, if you're looking for an SUV, the way to go for me, how about this? The 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. Third row seating, features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, and wireless Apple CarPlay. You can explore all the different variations of the Honda Pilot, including the Trail Sport model, at one of their 5 Piazza Honda locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne. Shop all their inventory online, piazzaautogroup.com.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Are you a caregiver that lives in Delaware County? The Delaware County Link to Aging and Disability Resources presents the 2024 Caregiver Academy Series. Join us for a series of meaningful, activity-focused information sessions on respite care for your loved ones. Presentations take place on April 9th, April 23rd, May 7th, May 21st, June 4th, and June 18th at the Good Neighbor Senior Center in Sharon Hill, PA, from 4 p.m. till 5:30 p.m. Call 484-540-0372 to register today.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums. even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
I'm a waitress, so I know the difference between regular shoes and Skechers slip-resistant work shoes. Skechers slip-resistant work shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta primavera.
Thanks.
While regular shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta whoa! And that difference is why I wear Skechers slip-resistant work shoes to keep me safe on my feet. Plus, they're easy to clean and have Skechers exclusive air-cooled memory foam for comfort throughout my shift. Get America's #1 selling work shoe at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever work shoes are sold.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Many investors spend a lifetime building their investment accounts. You can think of that as a retirement vessel, taking you through your retirement years. And you are the captain of your retirement vessel. But if your savings are tied up in traditional investments, you risk having that vessel commanded by the government or the banks. Due to the passage of the Dodd-Frank Act in 2010, investors' retirement savings may not be secure if their funds are sitting in a bank. In reality, banks big and small are sharks, capable of taking deadly bites of your retirement savings during a financial crisis. Rather than bailing out banks like in 2008 and 2009, the Dodd-Frank established a bail-in technique, which authorizes banks to use the depositors' funds to maintain its own solvency. Since the FDIC only insures up to $250,000 of a depositor's savings, amounts exceeding $250,000 in any bank are at a lethally high risk of being taken without ever being returned to keep that bank alive. Many depositors with struggling banks face the lethal risk of these sharks taking a deadly bite out of your retirement vessel. Find out the safe alternatives that are available to you and how you can maintain control of your retirement future by seeking out the knowledge of a retirement phase expert today.
To hear more stories that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company. 7:36, rolling on live here on this Tuesday morning, 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. If you suffer from chronic pain, call Bounce Back Physical Therapy in Wayne, PA. Their team of licensed physical therapists create personalized therapy plans to get you feeling better in as few as 3 visits. Visit bouncebackpt.com to schedule an appointment today. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. Anthony Dorenzo letting us know. Dawn, I believe, coming up at 10:30, a big update on your show, courtesy of the Delaware Valley Journal with these protests at North Penn.
Yeah, the Delaware Valley Journal is writing about it and interviewing a lot of the moms that I interviewed last Friday.
Okay.
So there are some updates. They had planned a protest yesterday. They're planning another one this morning. And so the update here is that it'll be, I believe, 9 or 9:30, 9 o'clock this morning at the administrative building on 401 East Hancock in Lansdale. The moms have created, there are a bunch of different Facebook pages, social media spaces where parents are just trying to come together. And a lot of them are saying this is not political. So there are a lot of parents on there saying this is nonpartisan. This is not about politics. This is a grave concern that our kids are not safe. And we're learning from the 12-year-old victim's mom and dad more information because they were told different information. But the victim's mom has said she was calling. She was calling the school and was being told, and this is a consistent story from these parents saying they were calling the school saying, my daughter says she's on this hit list.
Yep.
And the school said, no, we don't want to reassure you. They even got an email. We want to reassure you your daughter is safe. And then the attack happened.
Yeah. I believe these parents. I believe these children and these students. I mean, I think the school's just trying to cover their you-know-what, and here we are, and rightfully so. I think these parents have every right to be fired up.
It's horrible.
On Twitter, Eric the Red is calling you out, Dawn.
Me? What'd I do?
He says, Dawn has a meeting about the prom, more like bribing the committee to be a chaperone and installing cameras to keep an eye on her son. She rules with an iron fist. Love you, Dawn.
Wait, love you too, babe. No, I had a parent-teacher conference at 2. That's different. Then the junior prom pictures started at 4.
Some are saying this is prom interference.
I'm calling shenanigans on the whole thing, actually.
What?
No, I
had
am.
nothing to do with I'm a mom of boys. We know nothing. The girls know everything. The boys are like, you know what I mean? They're like, oh, I guess we're doing pictures here and there. Blah, blah, blah. Like, we get nothing. We get nada.
Also on social media, Aaron Miller says the newest 18-year-olds able to vote were in 8th grade in freshman year in high school. They are angry about what they've been forced to go through and seen, hence registered R. Would be interesting to see how many young new registered Republicans there are in the state in regards to the conversation we were having last segment. Lebo says Biden keeps going to Scranton because a majority of the people there are fed up with his policies that are affecting them very negatively. So, you know, we've seen Trump here. Trump's been in Harrisburg for the NRA gathering back in February. He's been in Schnecksville just 2 weekends ago. But obviously, Joe comes to Pennsylvania a lot, and he's most recently done the trifecta tour of Pittsburgh, Scranton, and Philadelphia. Let's grab a call here, 855-839-1210. David is in Bensalem. Let's talk about today's primary. David, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Nick, Dawn, Greg. You guys keep me company in the morning. I really appreciate that.
Well, we appreciate you. Thank you.
So, okay, yes, I want to talk about the primary, but I was honored to serve 8 years active duty, and I don't recognize our military today, Nick.
Yep.
What the heck?
I agree. Well, first of all, thank you so much for your service. And I agree. And that's why they haven't been able to hit a lot of these recruiting goals. I think the only branch, so to speak, to hit their goal was the Navy SEALs for 2023. Every other branch missed their quota.
Well, I don't blame young people for not wanting to join. I mean, look, when you got out, you didn't tell anybody you were in the military. I was in, you would literally see signs in people's yards, dogs and sailors keep off the ground, okay? Then things got better. I now proudly wear my Saratoga cap, and people come up and say thank you for your service, and it's so heartwarming. But I wouldn't want my own sons in today's military, and it just breaks my heart.
Well, okay. I mean, there's a lot going on, obviously, because you could be deployed, and who knows, we might end up with a draft if you can't hit your recruiting goals. But this is actually a perfect segue right into that story I was going to mention. So thank you so much for the call, David. As this is courtesy of the Daily Caller, the military could hit their troops with court-martial options as these individuals in the military, if they fail to comply and refuse to use preferred pronouns, that according to a few experts. Just want to read this for you guys. The military could seek to formally punish service members if they refuse to use another service member's preferred pronouns under existing policy. That according to multiple military experts. A 2020 equal opportunity law opened the door for commanders to subject someone who refuses to affirm a transgender service member's so-called gender identity to the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the UCMJ, for charges related to harassment. That is according to Captain Thomas Wheatley, an assistant professor at the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. Such a move would likely infringe on a service member's constitutional rights to uphold their conscience, but it might not prevent leaders from employing more subtle ways of disciplining service members. The military is, quote, right to want to protect the rights and welfare of its transgender service members. Service members could conceivably be court-martialed for refusing to use another person's self-identified pronouns, even when their refusal stems from, quote, principled religious conviction. This law would apply to service members at all times and in all locations, even when off-duty or in the privacy of their off-post residence. This is complete madness. You think you're going to hit recruiting numbers and quotas with this type of policy? Look, I'm all for everybody being treated equally, and nobody should have to deal with, any sort of guff. But this is the stinking United States military. Do you think Iran, Russia, China, North Korea care about pronouns? I mean, we've got conflicts with Russia, Ukraine, Israel in the Middle East. China, Taiwan could go at any moment in the next 6 months. North Korea, Iran, they're always lurking. And we're going to punish those in the military for not complying to using preferred pronouns. I don't mean to sound like a stone-aged meatball. But in football, in the military, one of the things that I think why a lot of football players end up in the military or end up being police officers is they're used to a certain regimented schedule, a structure, a discipline, and they have kind of a toughness instilled in them, a mental toughness to go along with the physical toughness. I just can't imagine that in the military, where they're trying to toughen you up to serve your nation, to fight against people that want to obliterate you, we're going to focus on pronouns. And we're going to end up court-martialing people? Look, I mean, out of respect, if it flows off the tongue smoothly and easily, appease them. Address them by their pronouns. But if you don't know how to do it, if you forget, or if you refuse, is that really, we're reaching the point now where we are going to attack our military members over something so petty in the grand scheme of what you're there to do, and that's to serve and protect our country? I mean, Dawn, with all due respect, we're training military members how to kill, right? Like, that's kind of the goal here, right? We are training these people to wipe out threats to America. And then we're going to punish them if they don't use he/him, right? Or she/her. Come on.
Yeah, and these are individuals also who are willing to make the ultimate sacrifice.
Yes.
Who are putting their own lives on the line. And so this is absurd. And you're right.
I'm glad I'm not 18 to 25. It was I would not make it, and then if we end up having a draft, that would be a tough pill to swallow in this day and age.
Don't they call people like private and sergeant? And
yeah.
So don't you talk about my privates.
So what do you say?
Privates are you talking about?
Sergeant she/her Jones? Like, I mean, my head's exploding trying to figure out how to just memorize all of that.
Well, that's just it. Even during training, when you think of the drill sergeant, and they're saying, you say yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Drop and give me 50, maggot.
So they can't say sir.
Right. So, I don't know. There you go. Very interesting story, according to two military experts in the Daily Caller, if you want to read that story. All right, 7:46. Let's get to more absurdity. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Tuesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have incredible offers for spring. Choose Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I talked to Judith yesterday. Wished her a happy holiday. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. They're good people there. Nick, Kayal, yesterday you played a clip of Stephen A. Smith on with Sean Hannity.
Correct.
And he's talking about, we kind of went down the path of, he's trashing Biden, but will he actually really vote for Trump, right?
Right.
I'm starting here with cut 20, Phil. Keith Olbermann says that ESPN must either silence or fire Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, that's not going to happen there, Keithy. That man runs that network.
He dared to speak his mind, and he actually, he's not making any bones about it. He says that it's because he's on there promoting Trump. He's on Fox promoting Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So ESPN should fire or silence him.
Yep.
Cut 20, Phil, go.
Here are the headlines from the Tuesday edition of the Countdown podcast, now live wherever you podcast. ESPN must either silence its top figure, Stephen A. Smith, or fire Stephen A. Smith. Once upon a time, a long time ago, you could be on one television channel talking benignly about good old sports, while you were also on another television channel talking about party politics, partisanship, and even endorsing one presidential candidate over another. A long time ago. I know this because I used to do it a long time ago like 2010. But this is no longer 2010. So why is ESPN letting Stephen A. Smith go on Fox News and campaign for Donald Trump? They either have to silence him or they have to get rid of him. Well,
Keith Olbermann, the censorship and suppression police.
Well, let me ask you guys a question then. He's a nutcase. But
he's got a bad case of razor burn on the mustache too. You put a little aloe on that.
We're always discussing how we don't like our sports to be inflicted and infected with politics.
Mm-hmm.
So is he wrong?
Is he? Well, here's the thing. He didn't talk about politics on his own network on his own show. He's not talking about Biden or Trump on First Take on ESPN. He is going on another channel, another competitor, honestly, in this day and age of everything being a melting pot with news, sports, and politics. And he goes on Hannity, and he starts there, obviously we played you the clip yesterday, ripping Joe Biden. I don't think it's the same as if they were talking politics on an ESPN property. But he's the only, I said this yesterday, he's the only guy at that network that can pull that off. He makes somewhere between, I think, $12 and $17 million a year, and they cater to his now they work him like a dog. He works nonstop, but he's been their top guy for almost a decade now, if not a dozen years. So I'm not surprised that he has the gravitas to pull that off. And oh, by the way, he and Hannity are apparently good friends.
I don't think he has gravitas, A. And B, isn't his whole argument about the politics that Stephen A. is speaking? In other words, if Stephen A. came out and made the case for Joe Biden, would this situation happen?
Oh, no.
So it has nothing to do with sports reporting, right, or another network. It has to do with the fact that he's all triggered because, God forbid, an African-American man has his own viewpoint. And so this is the same thing we see with women. See, women and African-American people, you better stay in line.
Right.
Because if you're not speaking the progressive Democrat storyline, then we're going to cancel you out. We're going to get you fired.
It blows people's minds, like Keith Olbermann, that a female could be in favor of Trump. It blows his mind that a black person could vote for Trump. He can't wrap his head around why, which is really sad, honestly, because it's not hard to figure out.
Nick, you spent your big take this morning talking about, by the way, if you're listening on the Odyssey app right now, you can go back to the rewind section and hit the rewind on there. I think it was about 6:15 this morning about all the shenanigans and anti-Semitism, to be honest with you, that's happening on the campus of Columbia in New York, Columbia University. This Columbia professor was on News Nation last night. This is cut 18, Phil, by the way. Hagar Kamali, who says, "It pains me to say I wouldn't be that comfortable with my child wearing a yarmulke on campus." This is how that happened last night. Cut 18, Phil, go.
I'm going to bring in the host of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, and Columbia professor Hagar Kamali also joins us tonight. Thank you both for being with us. Professor Kamali, I want to start with you. I was out there today, and yes, I would say we weren't able to go on the campus. They were very serious about not letting us on. We could look through the gates. There were also protests out on the street, which is what this video is of. Most of the people, I guess you could call them peaceful, but then you look around and there are people in the crowd holding up signs with pictures of terrorists on the signs, and there are anti-Semitic chants happening out there. You've been on the campus, Professor. I mean, do you feel safe? Do you feel unsafe?
Well, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Just because a protest is peaceful or seems peaceful because people aren't throwing things doesn't mean that they're not inciting violence, that they're not spewing hatred or anti-Semitic remarks, that they're not creating an environment that's extremely hostile and uncomfortable for everybody. Now, me personally, to answer your question, I didn't feel unsafe in the campus. I was there on Saturday. There were a lot of protests during the day and at night. I didn't feel physically threatened. I felt deeply uncomfortable. However, if I had a child, for example, who wore a yarmulke on campus, I really don't think I would be that comfortable with him on the campus right now, and that pains me to say that.
The reality is this: when you have to go virtual or some sort of hybrid method to finish up the spring semester, we've gone past free speech. We've gone to the point now where I think people's rights are being violated. And oh, by the way, think about this. I mean, if you think about the college calendar, the end of April, you're getting ready for final exams. You know, you're done usually right after Cinco de Mayo. So this is coming at the most inopportune time as some people get ready to wrap up an academic year with finals or maybe even graduate from college. This thing is a total disaster. And these leaders, these presidents at these universities, they've allowed it by not ruling with an iron fist and shutting this down.
It's terrible. And it's not just, the thing about it is, look at the totality of it. I mean, we had Yale, we've had Columbia now where they're hybrid. We had, what was it, NYU, 150 arrests overnight that we're hearing about. And what struck me about this was that because a lot of these campuses are private property, you have to call in. And so New York's mayor, Democrat, to his credit, he said, we will be there. We will have a police presence like NYU did. And that's why they had the 150 arrests. But you have to call them in. Columbia won't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And so that to me is horrifying because, again, we're hearing from these Jewish students who are intimidated, who are afraid, who are being threatened. And unless the student calls 911, the cops can't just come onto private property and just stand there and stand by to protect them. They're not legally allowed to do that.
There's four things I think you could do to end this right now. Number one, as DeSantis said in the Big Take, if you are here on a visa, your visa is revoked and you're sent back home. That's number one. Number two, American students, you're suspended and or expelled, if not arrested and charged and prosecuted. Number three, professors and presidents, they need to be held accountable. And then ultimately, you got to do what Robert Kraft for the New England Patriots is doing as a Columbia grad. He's cutting all ties with the university. Yep. He's done funding them. And when they start losing all that millions of dollars, then there'll be change.
That's what it takes. I assume Robert Kraft is like a billionaire, right?
Yeah,
of course. Yeah.
When big pockets like that start drying up, then all of a sudden Columbia, Yale, all these places will be like, well, maybe we should reconsider these policies a little bit. That's what happened at UPenn.
Yep.
Speaking, Dawn mentioned Yale. This Yale student went on Fox News yesterday. This is cut 10, Phil. This student went on Fox News yesterday, said, it's truly terrifying as a Jewish student at Yale. For the first time, I feel like I'm just not welcome. We talk about this all the time. Cut 10, Phil, go.
Today. Please do weigh in now on these growing protests that are happening all over the country. But in New York City, we've been watching Columbia University to the north of here, obviously what's happening in New Haven, and now NYU campus. We've got these live pictures up of a growing number of students protesting. What has this moment been like for you, and what have you personally experienced on campus?
Absolutely. First off, thank you so much for having me, and to all the Jews out there, happy and kosher Passover. As I mentioned, it's truly terrifying. As a Jewish student at Yale for the first time, I feel like I'm just not welcome. And that's been made abundantly clear to me and my peers by this kind of action. As we traverse campus, we are harassed. We are flipped off. We have people chanting Free Palestine at us, no matter where we go. We have our daily activities interrupted. We can't go into finals and study when there are people shouting and using blowhorns till 3 a.m. in the morning and taking over our dining halls and our libraries. And most recently, as is seen in that video, when I've tried after the Jewish Sabbath ended to go on campus, I was physically barred by these protesters, really these rioters, as they noticed that I was Jewish, and they surrounded me and obstructed my ability to move around the common space, which I have every right to walk around as much as anybody else, as they allowed other students who clearly were not identifiably Jewish to walk in and out. Only we were impeded. Later on, they stole an Israeli flag from me, and they assaulted my friend, jabbing her in the eye with a Palestinian flag, sending her to the hospital.
Oh my God.
And throughout all of this, Yale has remained unwilling to take the necessary steps to really stand up for its values.
Wow.
So that is a junior Jewish student at Yale, and he says he doesn't feel welcomed. So let me just throw this back into the lap of the far left. Aren't you guys the same people that always talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion? Doesn't seem very inclusive to Jewish students these days, does it?
What the F are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, we've done this before. We've been here before. History is repeating itself. What are we doing?
The more things change, the more they stay the same, I guess.
I gotta say, like, these kids are so ill-informed.
Could you imagine?
They're so ill-informed about
Could you
what's
imagine
happening.
if this was happening to any other demographic? Could you imagine if this was going on in college campuses for black people or Asian people or Hispanic people?
Or trans people.
Or trans people? Any other community.
Any other group.
But for some reason, for Jewish people, it's just like, well, actually, you're on the wrong side of history, buddy. From the river to the sea. I'm sick of hearing that chant. Get out of here. And by the way, too, shouldn't it really, like, alter your line of thinking if you are somehow pro-Hamas, pro-Gaza in this conflict, which I would say you're on the wrong side. But if you are on that side, what does it say about the entire Middle East that not one nation will take refugees from Gaza? Iran doesn't want them. Iraq doesn't want them. Syria doesn't want them. Lebanon doesn't want them. Turkey doesn't want them. Nobody wants these people. If you're not wanted or welcomed by anybody, isn't that usually an inflection point for maybe I should look myself in the mirror?
I have to say this. What's going on there is very complex, and it's not going to be determined and decided by us on this radio show or any other radio show.
It will never be decided for the rest of eternity.
However,
this is a war that will go on for the rest of time.
However, when you have all of these students on these college campuses that don't know what the hell they're talking about, and all of a sudden are foreign policy experts, when they don't know a damn thing about the subject, and they're harassing people, and they're just ill-informed with everything. Right. And that's what leads to crap that has happened in the past. And we're going down that same road. This is going to end ugly. I'm telling you, it's going to end badly.
And I don't think it ends just because school lets out in May, by the way. You're gonna there's gonna be like something will happen in the summer. I guarantee it. We're gonna have a massive riot in the summer.
The DNC is gonna be a S show.
That's in
God, I want to curse.
Chicago, right?
I want to curse so bad.
Yes, Chicago.
I want to curse so bad.
Well, you got the dump button. Get it out of your system.
No, I can't.
By the way,
I would fire myself if I cursed and did that. Sorry.
As we enter day 2 of Passover, there are still 133 Jewish hostages. They remain in captivity in the Gaza Strip. Those hostages are still there.
Yes.
It's not reported widely.
Yeah.
Just want to point that out, that there are many families worldwide here in America praying for their loved ones who are somewhere down being held captive by these terrorists.
But Joe Biden made it a priority to get Brittany Griner out of Russia.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but the person on the far left with the best mind for this whole thing, John Fetterman.
Yes, indeed.
He wants to make sure that the media is not slipping in, as Dawn just said, covering the hostages that are still in Gaza. He filmed this video. This is cut. What cut is this, Phil? This is cut 4. He filmed this video in front of the pictures of the hostages that are still being held. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
I'm here in my office, and all of these hostages, they've been up on our walls for over 6 months. And that's exactly where they're going to stay until everyone is brought back home. And I'll never understand why we're not talking about that more. and why there's not more stories about that in the media. We don't even know exactly where they are and if they are even okay. It's very clear that we always make sure that we always talk about this and demand that and make sure until every last one is accounted for and brought back home, because anyone wants peace, we have to do this. And remember that if Hamas would just send everybody home and surrender, all of the death, destruction, and misery in Gaza would end right now. Our office will never stop talking about this till everyone is brought back home.
Oh my God! First of all,
that's a powerful message right there.
Fetterman in a suit saying all this
with those pictures in the backdrop is a very powerful image. Even if you just freeze frame that, and if that was a picture, much less a video, I got to tell you, there's a lot of Republicans on social media. There's a lot of conservative social influencers on social media. And they keep saying it. John Fetterman's been red-pilled and makes more and more sense every single day. He is on the right side on this issue, that is for sure. And it's driving some of the squad Dems nuts.
Yes. There are Democrat groups as well as some of these different PACs, super PACs that say, quote, it's shameful that Senator Fetterman is choosing to align himself with the GOP and its enthusiasm for the mass death of Palestinians in Gaza. That's one of the statements blasting Fetterman.
Wow.
So he's getting blasted by his fellow Democrats, the progressive Democrats, the squad. And by the way, he has picked up some, not many, but some GOP funds and supporters because they've said, you know what, we like his stance on that.
I'll tell you what, you think about where we are now, April 23rd of 2024. And remember John Fetterman back in November of 2022 when he was on that debate stage with Mehmet Oz and he was propped up as an advocate for progressive policies. And then he wins the spot in the Senate. And we're not even I think he was in Walter Reed Hospital being treated for depression. And the mainstream media, TV and publications, is John Fetterman, presidential material. My, how quickly life can turn.
By the way, one more from Fetterman. He hammers the a-hole anti-Israel protesters, and he slams his own party for its response to the Iranian attack. This is cut 17, Phil, go.
So we can bring the hostages home. I don't think the situation in Gaza can get better for anybody until we can just say, hey, we have to send them all home, and why can't Hamas provide any kind of proof of life? I was on the record by saying that first, the attack from Iran was kind of, it was just a demonstration where they felt like after Israel wasted a couple Iranian generals, and that was great. But now they had to put something out, and they don't want to escalate. They understand that they can't afford to take on Israel, and certainly not us. So they had that. It was all put down, and then Israel responded with something to send the similar kind of message where it's like, we react, but we're not going to escalate. And I think we're at that place now where everyone understands. I am not going to be in a position to tell Israel what I should do. That's their choice. And I certainly hope none of this escalates and turns into more widespread. But I will say is that I'm always going to choose, I would want to follow Israel on that. That's our key ally, our special relationship. And you're surrounded by nations that underwrite terrorism and all of those things. And I was appalled that there were members of our party, Democrats, that can't even condemn Iran. And that's crazy. Well, I can't speak for anyone in the party or about Israel, but what I can say, I've been a very confirmed and consistent voice in standing with Israel throughout all of this, because we can't ever forget Hamas started this, and they have chosen to do the most terrible, awful, unspeakable things, and now they have the ability, they have the power to decide today, send everyone home and surrender, and all of the trauma, the death, and everything in Gaza can end, and you can get back on the path of peace and a two-state solution. It's completely reasonable to want a ceasefire or to have a different view on that. Absolutely, that's a democracy, but it is not appropriate or legal, or it's helpful to advance your argument if you show up in a Starbucks with a bullhorn and start yelling at people, and that doesn't make you noble. It just makes you an asshole. It's very American to protest and to do that in the appropriate.
Okay, there you go.
John Fetterman making all sorts of sense. And yes, if you show up at a Starbucks with a blowhorn, you are an a-hole. I agree. You want the biggest hot take of the week?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a major hot take.
Oh boy.
And I don't want to hear people, "Hey, it's not possible, it'll never happen." Did we ever think that Trump would be a Republican? No. Trump was a mainstream media darling Democrat. If John Fetterman one day just decided to flip and leave the Democrats and become a Republican, he would be a runaway winner for president for the GOP.
Except that he's fiscally, he's a Democrat. He's a tax and spend Democrat.
I know, but
let us not forget.
Trump. There's many elements to Trump that are not conservative, and I think staunch conservatives know that he's not really a conservative, but he fights for their causes, and he's their warrior. If Fetterman decided to do that and take a page out of the Trump playbook, right there, that's your guy.
But he never has, and
I know.
the difference is Trump is an established, successful businessman. Fetterman lived off of his parents.
That's a great point.
Until he was in his mid-50s.
Look,
seriously, the parents paid for the house.
Oh, I'm not advocating for some of his leeching tendencies for sure.
Yeah,
but I'm telling you, he's making a lot of sense. And
look,
in an era where you can't find the right candidate with the right message, somehow that dude resonates with people.
Look, as my friend says, who is now doing afternoons on our sister station, own that take, you coward. So I agree with you. I love the hot take. I think you should own it.
Was that a Spike Eskin comment?
It was. However, I think you are way off on this because I agree with Dawn that he is never. It's never going to happen.
I know. I'm just saying, in fantasy, in a hypothetical, if he decided to pull, it would be like him joining the NWO as Hulk Hogan. He goes from being the good guy, eat your vitamins, say your prayers, and then he becomes the bad guy.
Yeah,
it would be the political shocker of all time.
Own the take. I'm glad you had it. You're just way off.
I know.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. We have surpassed the 1-year anniversary of us streaming live every day, or most days, every day, except for like a week or two.
Been a while since we've been booted as well.
Yeah. So please, in remembrance of that, please go over there and hit the subscribe button, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. We hit record numbers last week, at the end of last week. So please make sure that you're checking us out and you're subscribing. We talked about the Columbia University's president, Shafiq. I don't know how to pronounce her first name.
That's good enough.
She needs to go.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Because the internet never forgets stuff. So just at an event, Brent Schur on Twitter posted this. I want to always give credit to people who find this stuff. At an event just 2 months after 9/11, so in 2001, November of 2001, Columbia University's current president, Shafiq, remarked that terrorism is a form of protesting. Terrorism is a form of protest.
So what happened on September 11th, 2001 was just a protest.
This is cut 11, Phil, go.
So it's not, you'll always have individuals who will have extreme views. But what's really troubling in the region is that there's actually quite a broad base of society which has some sympathy for the terrorists. Not so much because they approve of their methods, but it's a form of protesting against a system which is not delivering for them on the economic or the political front.
There's your Columbia president.
According to Oxford Dictionary, terrorism is defined as the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims. In no way does that come off to me as protesting. But if you want to have that terrible... You thought my take on Fetterman was bad. That just trumped me in 9 seconds.
And by the way, she's Dr. Manouche.
Dr. Manouche.
Shafiq.
All right, let's make a prediction here at 8:11 on this Tuesday morning. What do you think she's ousted?
I was looking at the odds site because there are bipartisan calls for her resignation, but I was looking at the odds sites.
The odds.
Dan Thorne's checking out gambling for firings.
Gambling sites. Gambling sites are saying the odds are with her that she will prevail, that she'll keep her job.
So out of all of them, if I get, because this has been going on for almost a year now.
Yeah.
Out of all of them that have been under scrutiny, the UPenn president was the only one that had to step down.
Yeah, McGill was the only one that truly got shut down.
The Harvard one didn't, right?
No, she's still making $900,000 a year. She's just been reassigned.
It's unbelievable.
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to say she does get fired. This has trumped Harvard and Penn. What we're seeing, the sheer amount of days, the volume of people, kind of the evil. Not that any of them are more tolerable, but this one has more of a higher temperature to it, so to speak.
Yeah.
This one feels a little different. I'm going to say she's going to get whacked.
Well, technically, she's African American because
then she's safe.
She's Egyptian born.
Egyptian born.
She's Egyptian, which is in North Africa. So I just think when you look at the ethnicity of the individuals, that matters. Harvard and Dr. Shafiq, and so because I think they're African American, I think that matters. The UPenn president who had to step down, a white woman.
We no longer just look at the crime.
That's a very good point.
And we no longer look at who's violating the law or breaking a rule. We use now identity as a mitigating factor to lower your sentence. Think about that. That's what if you just had Liz McGill versus Claudine Gay, or Liz McGill versus this lady at Columbia, and the only difference really is Liz McGill is a white woman, and two people keep their job, and one person lost their job. Identity politics, baby.
Edward writes on the YouTube chat, 2 weeks and she'll have a new position.
Sometimes they'll do that.
Yeah.
And I will also say to the lawyers who advise people like Liz McGill, who, I will also say, did the lawyers get fired? Because they had lawyers that are saying, you'll only say this, read the statement over and over. And I hope the men, mostly men lawyers who advised all of them, I hope they had some repercussions for their stupidity as well.
It seems like when you come out with these prepared, scripted statements from attorneys, they backfire on you. They backfire on the speaker. There was just no remorse to the delivery when she read that prepared statement, and those optics matter. It didn't feel sincere.
So Lisa on the YouTube chat, very interesting comment. She says she's saying that some people consider terrorism as a legitimate form of protest. I don't know if she was actually defining it as such.
Okay.
Should we play it again?
Yeah, sure.
Philip, can you re-cue? Can you re-rack cut 11 here? Cut 11 one more time, Philip, if you can. Go.
So it's not, you'll always have individuals who will have extreme views, but what's really troubling in the region is that there's actually quite a broad base of society which has some sympathy for the terrorists, not so much because they approve of their methods, but it's a form of protesting against a system which is not delivering for them on the economic or the political front.
I have no sympathy whatsoever for anybody with terrorism or a terrorist in any capacity.
She was obviously saying that about the terrorists from 9/11. So look, Bill Maher got canceled because they were debating it, and he said, well, you can call these terrorists anything you want, but you can't call them cowards because, they gave their life for their cause, as asinine and as
warped as the cause may be.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he was fired from ABC for saying that.
Was that really? I did not know that.
He was.
Oh, boy.
I think a piece of this, as far as when I zoom out and I look at everything that's happening, even college campuses, our local middle school, I think that too often these individuals are willing to do backflips for a tiny but vocal minority of individuals who pose either a threat, whether that's an imminent threat, an actual physical act, or a perceived threat. Why not just look at the majority of students on a campus, whether it's a grade school, middle school, high school, college, whether it's Ivy League in Manhattan or wherever here in Philadelphia? Why not just say, look, we have to protect all of our students. And in the name of safety, we are going to say that we don't allow threats happening on campus. If you want to protest, go home. Go home to wherever your home is. And go out there and plan but on campus, we want this to be a safe space. Whatever happened to the safe space?
Oh, I know.
Whatever happened to hate has no home here?
Yeah, amazing how that just vanishes, isn't it?
Credit to our friend Harry Mays for finding this and sending it to you and I, Nick Kayal.
Yeah, late at night.
Last night.
I'm trying to watch the basketball game.
Harry always doing show prep for us. I love it.
Go away, Harry.
Keep it on. Keep it coming, Harry.
By the way, Harry and Tony will be filling in for you in a couple weeks when you're off.
Yeah.
So Dawn and I will be doing a show with Tony Bruno and Harry Mays.
Have fun.
How do you think that show is
Let
going to
me know how it goes.
When is that?
Dawn Stetzler.
Make sure I get a post-show email recap.
I don't know, in a couple weeks. We're gonna have to keep those two on the rails.
Yes, Stalker, you have the dump button ready, and Dawn come in here with I don't know, like some towels and buckets and hose them down. It's gonna be a disaster.
It's gonna be a beautiful train wreck, which is
kind of like what we do any day.
The type of radio that I love to do. I like organized chaos. It's kind of my thing.
Yeah.
And I will do it until they drag me out of here, which will probably be soon.
Yeah.
It's fine.
And the YouTube chat will rejoice.
And then the only person left doing Morning Drive will be Dawn Stetzler.
Don't you ever leave me.
Dawn's going to be doing solo radio from 6 to noon.
17 hours of Dawn Stetzler because we're all going to be gone. This is a pro-Palestinian protester that found Alec Baldwin in some coffee shop and harassed him.
Yes.
Look, I don't subscribe to this type of stuff, but it is kind of funny when woke eats itself, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
This is cut 16, Phil. Go.
Alec, can you please say Free Palestine one time? Why did you kill that lady? You kill that lady and got no jail time? No jail time, Alec? No jail time, Alec.
He's faking talking on the phone, by the way.
People in jail, Alec Baldwin. Free Palestine, Alec, just one time, and I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you alone. I swear. Just say Free Palestine one time. One time. One time. One time, Alec. You know he's a criminal. You know he's a criminal. Come on, Alec. Just say Free Palestine one time. One time. Just one time, please. And I'll leave you alone.
He's gonna blow.
Free Palestine.
He's about to blow.
Israel, Zionism. Please say it.
This person is warped.
One time.
Watch.
Oh! Knock that phone right out of her hand.
Yeah.
Man. I kind of think he was relatively restrained.
No. It's like this is like Tiger gonna go Tiger. Like Chris Rock talks about. Like it took how much? Come on, Nick.
How much are you supposed to take from people?
Oh come on! It was like a minute.
But like,
just walk away.
Yes,
the guy's got a temper.
Right. But if this individual would have kept following him down the sidewalk, at what point do you say enough? Because like, isn't this somehow like you're kind of infringing upon somebody's.
I like this. I like this.
Personal
you need
space,
to
maybe.
Battle about this.
I don't know what the right verbiage is, but
look at his face. He's looking down.
Yeah.
He's at a deli. What is he waiting for?
His coffee.
Is it a coffee
I
or
think
is
it's
it like
coffee.
a bagel?
Well,
is there some food involved?
Yeah.
So he needs his coffee.
Yep.
He's hungry.
This
is like
disheveled.
He's got like he and his wife have like 6 or 7 kids.
Yeah, he never sleeps.
So like he just came. This is like his little escape from the screaming babies and the diapers. And he's 66 years old. He married like this young chick and has all these babies. And so this is like his escape.
Yeah.
And he's standing there and he just wants his coffee and his bagel.
This jamming a phone in somebody's face and recording them, and then basically demanding that they reiterate their political ideologies to you. Come on.
But he's like that dog. He's like that dog, like that little dog that's like, "Arr." You know what I mean? And you know that dog is gonna just snip.
Yeah, it's
the dog is gonna,
those little rat terriers.
And then
my mother-in-law used to have one of those rat terriers. Little angry little dog.
But you can see his face.
Why'd you kill that lady? That's my favorite part.
And he's just like, he's looking down. He just is like, please, just make my food. Just give. He's at the deli. He's standing
the criminal.
there. And then he can't take it.
Yep.
And he just snaps.
But you're right, though, Greg. Woke eats woke, right?
It does.
We just talked about it with Taylor Swift in the first hour.
I don't care one way or another about Alec Baldwin. I just find it funny that this psychopath, and this, by the way, let's not gloss over how psycho this woman is who did this with the say F Israel, say F Zion. Like, what is wrong with you?
Oh, another deranged nut
you
job.
Dumb. God, I want to curse so bad.
Can we replay the clip of Alec Baldwin when he was hosting the radio show?
I don't have it, but
that was amazing.
That's right. I was his producer.
He was like reading. He was reading a memo.
No,
Am I supposed to take phone calls here?
Can we take phone calls here? Nobody's calling. What do you mean nobody's calling? Nobody's calling.
I'm Alec Baldwin, damn it.
Exactly.
Wow. Who would you rather have in drive time, Alec Baldwin or Dick Morris?
Alec Baldwin.
So we can make fun of him.
Alec Baldwin and Dick Morris, by the way. That would be a
two-man
show. That would be, talk about organized chaos. Can you imagine?
Wow.
And this is for Alec Baldwin. Dick Morris, shut up. Dick Morris, shut up. Shut up. Didn't you suck a woman's toes? Holy crap! Dance around Popeye the Sailor Man in his underwear, allegedly. That was reported in the Star magazine. This is an amazing piece of audio. So this is Cut 21, Phil. This trans person harasses a worker in I believe a Starbucks or someplace for misgendering.
Oh boy, here we go. By the way, I do have a coffee update after this clip.
This guy's having none of it, by the way. Cut 21, Phil, go.
Oh, this is Quentin at the Dollar General in Pflugerville. What did you say, Quentin? You called me a she, her?
I don't know what.
And you said to get the out because your system's...
I don't know what you said, man. Go on somewhere.
Oh, no, what'd you call me? Please, Quentin. Please feel free to tell me what you called me.
We can play this game all day.
Here comes his
what
phone.
Game? Where you're being transphobic and offensive because your system's not working, and I asked if we could use another register, and you said
This
get the out of
here
here?
is giving me a hard time here at the Dollar General.
All right,
doesn't
sorry.
want to leave because their card is declined.
I
because
document everything.
It did not say insufficient funds. What did it say, ma'am? Did my card say insufficient funds, or did it say that your system's not working? No, I'm serious.
I'm just trying to
isn't
clock
cool.
out.
Is it okay if I check out? Anyway, this is not. It did not say insufficient funds, sir. What did it say? It said no checking account. What does that mean? It did not say insufficient funds. We're going back to your transphobia. What did you say to me, sir? You giving me a hard time here before at this place. What did you say to me? Keep filming, because it's going to be on here. You cussed at me. You said you. You're going to lose your job, sir. Have a good one. I guarantee that.
TikTok, where we document and chronicle all of our breakdowns and then record other people and accuse people of doing things.
The look on this guy's face is priceless.
What did I step into? Wow. That was at a Starbucks or was that a club? Where was that?
I'm not sure exactly what it was, but it was, yeah.
So, on Friday's show, I had the Wawa coffee from Phil, the hot coffee, and it was good. But Saturday, here's the coffee update for you.
Okay.
Saturday, I was getting ready to go to the Starbucks, and the line was like 8-9 cars deep. So I just drove across the street, and I went into the Wawa, and they had iced coffee in a machine,
which is good.
I filled it up, although they pre-sweeten it and cream it in advance. There's my only, by the way, very good, but I like my cold brew or iced coffee black. I don't put cream, I don't put sugar in it. But I had it with cream and sugar because it's already mixed that way. But it's still very good.
But they'll make it for you.
By the way, it's a Dollar General that whole thing happened at.
Yeah, that's another reason why I stay out of dollar stores. All right, what do you despise more? The dollar store or Walmart?
Walmart.
I despise neither of those stores.
I despise Walmart.
Elitist Greg Stocker.
No, it has nothing to do with elitism.
What are you in Williams and Sonoma?
It has to do with uncivilized people in pajama pants and their butt cracks hanging out.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what it has to do.
Dollar General does bring in the lowest of the low.
No, Walmart. No, Walmart brings in worse. Yeah, Walmart brings in worse. What's worse? YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. What's worse, Dollar General or Walmart? Walmart, hands down.
Dollar store is nuns and teachers because they're getting cheap school supplies and craft supplies.
What dollar store are you going to? That's nuns and teachers.
The one right over by the Giant in Flowertown.
By the way,
nuns.
you were called out yesterday because that Walmart you say you go to in Trooper, they said the police are constantly there.
I've never seen the police there. And if I do, I say, "Hi, officer, thank you for your service." And they go, "Well, hey, we love Nick Kayal and Greg Stocker," because they're all listening.
Yeah. I've actually got a dollar store story for you. So you talk about just like who goes in there. So I was working for my in-laws about 3 years ago. It was about a year before I came back here. And they had this big event coming up. And it was one of the things that they were selling, because there was a lot of kids at this event. They were selling like different, boxed candy or whatever. So my mother-in-law sends me to Dollar General with a long list of all this candy I had to buy. I had Dawn, I kid you not, I had a shopping cart full of sour Mike and Ike's and Zowers and all these other hot tamales, all this other stuff. You would have thought I was loading up for the Halloween to end all Halloweens. And I get up to the register, and I've got $200 worth of dollar store candy in my shopping cart. The lady looked like she wanted to put a bullet between my eyes. I was like, don't ask, ma'am.
This video, Nick Kayal, if you want to get over to so you can describe it for the people who can't get over to YouTube. I just found this funny. Country star Luke Bryan, in one of his concerts, I guess last night or the night before, he slipped and fell.
Yeah, he hurt himself
during a performance.
Yep.
And then knows that he, effed up. So he tells his production crew to put the replay up on the big screen. That's a way to handle a humiliating thing like that.
Correct.
When it happens. This is cut 19, Phil. Nick, if you want to do the play-by-play.
Yep.
This is cut 19, Phil. Go.
He's got his hat on backwards. He's getting ready to put the microphone up to his mouth, and he went down. Went down like my grandmother in a snowstorm. Right down the steps. Can we re-rack that? That was quick, too, by the way.
Yeah, hang on. Let's start it over, Phil, if you will, one more time.
Yeah.
Just for the people who missed it, because it does start at the very beginning of it.
Yep.
One more time, Phil, go.
Oh! And down he goes. Wow.
Down goes Frazier! Down goes Frazier!
Feet almost parallel to the head.
Yeah. It looks like he slipped on a cell phone.
Yep, but he just picks it up and he's showing it. Is this another one of these instances where people were throwing phones up on the stage for a performer?
Or maybe it was his that he...
Did anybody get that? All right. It's okay. Hey, my lawyer will be calling. I can see it. All right, let's zoom in.
No, see, he's tossing that phone to somebody.
Let's zoom in. Zoom in.
So he's got his phone in his hands.
Here we go. Here we go. There it is.
He played it on the big screen. I love that.
A good sport.
Yeah.
Yeah. Luke Bryan, solid performer.
There we go.
I'm a fan.
By the way, Black Trumpeter on the YouTube chat says he did the Undertaker when he
sat back up like, Dead Man Rising.
Yeah.
It's good work. Good wrestling knowledge, wrestling knowledge from that guy.
That too.
Yeah.
So Gavin Newsom released a pro-abortion ad showing police asking a woman fleeing Alabama to take a pregnancy test.
Wait, say this again?
Gavin Newsom released a pro-abortion ad showing police asking a woman fleeing Alabama to take a pregnancy test. So this is a ad where two women are fleeing the state of Alabama.
Okay.
The police pulls them over.
Sure.
And asks them to take a pregnancy test.
Okay. Oh, my God.
To whiz on a stick?
Jeez.
Cut 3, Phil, go.
Oh, I have seen this. I've seen
We're
this.
gonna make it.
Trump Republicans want to criminalize young Alabama women who travel for reproductive care.
Miss, I'm going to need you to step out of the vehicle, take a pregnancy test.
Stop them by taking action at righttotravel.org. Campaign for Democracy Group is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Worst remake of Smokey and the Bandit ever.
My God. You know, it's laughable, but I hate to say it. And if you guys disagree, please chime in.
It's effective.
It might work.
Yep. 100% going to work.
I mean,
it's 100% going to work.
And that's coming from Gavin Newsom.
Yep. Yep. I'm telling you, this is a very effective ad. We can mock it all we want to, but it's a very effective ad.
We've seen Kamala on the tour. We've seen Hillary Clinton. We've seen Jill Biden. So they've run the Rolodex of females, and now they've got the man who's been lying in the weeds that we thought was running a shadow campaign against Joe coming out. So It's all hands on deck. That's the issue. I mean, they don't have anything else to fall back on.
Yep.
That's the reality of it. They can't champion the economy. They've ditched the phrase Bidenomics. They can't talk about the border. They can't talk about crime, or they could use, manipulative numbers from the FBI to say it's down when in reality it's not. That's the ace up the sleeve. It's the only thing they have. That in threats to democracy.
But the ad, no one can ever stop anybody and force you to take a pregnancy test.
Right.
It's absurd.
That is almost like an SNL parody
Yeah.
bit right there is what that was.
I'm telling you guys, ads like this, no matter how true they are or not true, they are effective. And you put that up against it. Everybody's like, but inflation. Yeah, that's not going to be a factor. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you it's not a factor.
Well,
and I know I'm going to get all the, you don't know what you're talking about. Nobody cares. Okay. I'm just telling you it's effective.
Well, we've been saying immigration versus abortion, and I said in yesterday's big take that you can now throw in Title IX up against abortion, and I'm not even sure that Title IX holds up against abortion, but those messages, they will resonate with people's feelings and emotions.
Those numbers that you referenced earlier, Nick Kayal, from Athens about registered voters in Pennsylvania, if they put abortion on the ballot in Pennsylvania as a constitutional right, you can take all those numbers and throw them right out the window. I'm just saying.
Yep.
But a Republican candidate, whoever wants to, combat what Gavin Newsom is saying, Gavin Newsom is an idiot if he thinks that anybody can pull you over and force you to take a urine test or a test for an STD, pregnancy, HIV, your cholesterol level. It's all absurd. Gavin Newsom, this shows you what an airheaded idiot he is. That's against your constitutional rights.
He's playing to his base.
Yeah, but just
just
put it back in his face. It's an absurd lie of a commercial claiming that law enforcement can actually stop you and force you to pee on a stick to show that you're pregnant or anything else. It's absurd, and nobody would do that. It's against the law. Period.
Well, yes.
Call them out on it.
Yes, absolutely.
Say this commercial shows you how low they'll go. It's absurd.
Yep.
Nobody supports that. It's not even about abortion.
Murph's mom checks in. This is a great coffee commentary. She says, "Hey, Nick, you can order an iced coffee from the order kiosk. I, too, get it without milk and sugar, but I add a bit of milk to my liking, and it's fresher than the machine."
Oh.
How about that for a transition?
That's news you can use.
There you go. I like that. News you can use.
Yesterday, Joe Biden had a Earth Day celebration. AOC was there.
I thought Earth Day was Friday.
Bernie said, no, Earth Day.
Yesterday. That's right. We did the cleanup thing on Friday.
Yes,
Okay.
We just talked about this.
You did the cleanup thing because all of the biggity bigs here wanted Friday off. But they expected all of us to still get up at 3:40 in the morning, work a full day, and then go do the thing that they got the day off work for.
Nice little reward, though, after like an hour and a half. They had a couple of cold ones out on site. I had one of those Phillies.
Scott Fransky.
The Scott Fransky LA beers.
That was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's a reward. Here's a beer and a hot pretzel.
Yeah. Hey, that's fine by me.
Or a soft pretzel.
I love carbs and booze.
Booze?
Yeah.
Oh, booze.
Booze, yeah.
He likes boobs, too.
That's what I thought.
AOC says, remember the power of young people shaping this country.
Well, they definitely are powerful when it comes to voting, but shaping things.
This is what she's referencing when she talks about that. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
It is especially important that we remember the power of young people shaping this country today, of all days, as we once again witness the leadership of those peaceful student-led protests on campuses like Columbia, Yale, Berkeley, and many others.
There you go, Nick Hale.
She's loving these riots and protests. Every one of those squad Dems are enjoying this. And they also could be the ones responsible for why Joe doesn't get reelected, because we've talked about so many issues that could swing it in favor of Biden or swing it in favor of Trump. Maybe are we at the point now where we want to say this whole Israel Middle East conflict or war is a bigger liability to Joe than the border? Are we getting there?
It's interesting. It's a very interesting. Yes, I think that it's going to cause a lot of these young people are not going to vote for Trump, but I do think that these young people will stay home and not vote for Biden. So
That's
yes,
a win for Trump.
I do think that if you combine that with the border, then yes, I think that could, Nick Kayal, outweigh abortion.
The border, Israel, and Title IX versus abortion.
And not Title IX.
Okay.
I just don't think it's that much of a factor.
Well, I mean, you're probably, if you're basing it off of the last midterms, you're right.
Yeah.
Because Republicans lost the culture wars.
But if you take the young vote and you take the border issue, yes, that could out Trump the abortion issue.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden, after he was introduced by AOC, if you want to see who's leading him, actually, this is cut 7. Phil, go.
And Representative Ocasio-Cortez in New York, you know, I learned a long time ago, listen to that lady. Listen to that lady. We're going to talk more about another part of the world, too, real quickly.
There you go. Listen to that lady. He's going to listen to that lady.
I'm sorry. I get so distracted from what he's actually saying when I see the sign language interpreter to the right of the screen. If I was fluent in sign,
Yep.
I would be putting up all sorts of derogatory gestures. If anybody could read what I was saying, they would be dying.
One more, and then we should break. Joe Biden was asked yesterday about the anti-Semitic protesting. He did condemn it, but always with a caveat. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
And the anti-Semitic protests on college campuses.
I condemn the anti-Semitic protests. That's why I've set up a program to deal with that. I also condemn those who don't understand what's going on with the Palestinians and how they're being.
Should the Columbia University president resign?
Right this way. I didn't know that. I'll have to find out more about it.
No, she didn't resign. The question, Joe, was should she resign? Yeah. Of course you didn't know because she didn't do that yet. Where's he going, by the way? Is he walking into the woods? Or him and AOC going to look for, like, Smokey the Bear? What are they doing?
Smokey the Bear.
Somebody posted yesterday a clip of Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders walking together.
Yeah.
And AOC kind of like
holding their hands.
Yes. And it looked like, you know, a nurse in an old age home.
Yes. Yeah, come on, Pop down here. Bathroom's over to the left. Second door on the right.
It's amazing.
It's unreal, Joe. But again, to the point of the actual context and the content of the clip, he's straddling the fence.
Hugh.
He's playing both sides.
My buddy Hugh, you said exactly what you're talking about on the YouTube chat. Find people on both sides. Joe Biden.
There you go. He has no idea. See, and again, this is like, you know, the whole identity politics thing comes back to bite you because it's like, well, we've got one marginalized group and we have another one, and we don't know who's the bigger victim here.
Yep.
There you go. All right, that'll do it. Round 1 of the cut sheet. We'll come back, get to Dawn's Big 3, and then we've got women and women's sports. A lot of notable figures speaking up and also cashing in. It's Kayal and Company as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you want a greener, healthier lawn that's also safer for your family and your pets? Call my lawn care company today. Natural Lawn of America. I've been a customer for years now, and trust me, you're going to love the results. Natural Lawn has been creating green, lush lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years now. They have certified specialists tailoring their treatments to your lawn's specific needs. This environmentally friendly approach reducing the need for chemicals and creating a safer lawn for your family and your pets to enjoy. Natural Lawn, they're locally owned, family operated in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. They're competitively priced. They have a satisfaction guarantee as well. I trust the leader in organic-based lawn care, and you should too. Give them a call today because this limited time offer expires the end of this month. That offer, free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. They will seed your lawn every year, free of charge, seeding your lawn. Call 800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE-SEED. Visit naturallawn.com, naturallawn.com. You can learn more. Choose my lawn care company. My guy is Tony with Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The road to the NBA Finals starts now, and new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino can go on their own playoff run with $150. The Sixers aren't out of it, by the way. The Sixers are not out of it. They come home on Thursday. And they can get this thing going again. But if you don't want to wait for Thursday, tonight, there's 3 games tonight. Phoenix Suns at Minnesota Timberwolves, Indiana Pacers at the Milwaukee Bucks, and the Dallas Mavericks at the LA Clippers for the 10 o'clock late game. You can just place a $5 bet on any of these games, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA playoffs. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NBA. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Now, this life-changing treatment is available for you. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. Take action now. Do this. Live your best life this spring and summer. Great use of your tax refund check, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
This is a consumer alert to all U.S. taxpayers who owe the IRS back taxes or have unfiled tax returns. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you can now take advantage of active programs that provide relief to struggling taxpayers and may reduce or eliminate what you owe if you qualify. Even if you are facing liens, levies, audits, wage garnishment, or already in a payment plan, call the Easy Tax Relief Helpline now to check what savings you may qualify for at 800-544-1527. You may qualify to reduce up to 99% of what you owe or for other special programs. Once qualified and enrolled, you can rest assured that your assets are protected and all collection efforts will be stopped. Billions of dollars in savings are available through these relief programs for struggling taxpayers, but you must call to see if you qualify. To see what savings you qualify for, call 800-544-1527. 800-544-1527. That's 800-544-1527.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
8:45, Kayal and Company rolling on here on a Tuesday morning, the 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Explore the most desirable luxury SUVs with the Defender, Discovery, and Range Rover models. Schedule a test drive at Land Rover, Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, or Wilmington to find yours today. I've driven that Defender. What a bad you-know-what vehicle that is. My God. All right, 855-839-1210, the phone number if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. You can get us here on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. We will get to some DEI stuff from Kamala Harris coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, as well as LSU star Angel Reese says we must protect young women in sports, and all of those people that were crying about Caitlin Clark being underpaid. Well, Nike just took care of her, so we will give you those details coming up in the final hour. But right now, let's get to some of the news. Here's Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 8:46.
It's the Big Three at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Big Three at 8, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Spa and Salon. Another historic day as former President Donald J. Trump faces the possibility of going to jail if he's held in contempt of court. We'll find out this morning. Prosecutors claiming the former president violated the judge's gag order at least 7 times by attacking witness Michael Cohen and the jury. This is in the criminal trial that's based on Trump's bookkeeping and payments to Cohen back in 2017 among the first year of Trump's presidency. So in the case, zooming in, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg asking Judge Juan Merchan to fine Trump $1,000 for each of those 7 issues, and the punishment could range from a warning to the fine to a stint behind bars.
You know, if you're Trump, if I'm Trump at this point, and I said this last week as far as the possibility of him being held in contempt when the judge could rule that he can't attend Barron's high school graduation. I said he should just go anyway and then have them arrest him. At this point, you owe millions upon millions of dollars in other judgments. What's $7,000 right now, right? Like, you know, if you're Trump and you're just going to keep getting slapped with $1,000 fines, I would keep being in contempt until they put me in jail, because I think it would work in his favor with the public and the perception.
2 things. The Trump will not be jailed for this, because they're not going to throw him in jail for this.
Which is why I would keep calling their bluff.
And second, Trump will also not testify. I know he says he will, but he's not going to testify.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would plead the 5th. There's no reason to get up there and testify. You never want to put yourself in that spot. Assuming his lawyers tell him not to. I would heed their advice. That's just me.
I love it. Well, we'll find out in court today. They proceedings begin. They're headed to court right now. So and remember, it's day 2 of Passover, so they're going to end early at 2. They're going to adjourn at 2 p.m. We also had a juror with a tooth issue, had an emergency dentist appointment yesterday. So I don't know if that's going to affect things.
I need a root canal.
I know.
Where's my tooth?
Let's talk about closer to home. Former labor leader John Doherty, Johnny Doc, facing trial again. This is his 3rd federal criminal trial, week 2. They're back in court this morning. Prosecutors accusing Doherty of threatening a contractor, and his nephew Greg Fiocca accused of assaulting a job site manager in a dispute over Fiocca's poor job performance and pay during the 2020 construction in South Philadelphia. Defense attorneys say the government has blown the entire situation out of proportion. So testimony in the trial taking place in Reading, Pennsylvania, began last week, and prosecutors may wrap up presenting their evidence early this week. So I wanted to, we haven't talked much about Johnny Doc.
Yeah.
This is his third federal trial. And so he was, he was in those other ones. He was indicted. They're waiting for all of them to be done before sentencing.
You mentioned another Doherty earlier this morning.
Sean, his nephew.
Okay, so I was just going to ask you, related?
Yes.
Okay, there's my answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
So legacy name in Philadelphia, and Doherty has his entire claim is that he was always taking care of the union guys, IBEW, larger than life, loved by the media, and so. We'll see what happens here, but the feds say they've got the goods on him, so we're following that one very carefully for you. I'm debating in between. Do I go with the freeze warning? We got a freeze warning.
What?
Yeah,
my grass.
Tonight.
I thought we were
I know.
like 70 degrees and sunny for the next 10 years.
We are at 69 today and tomorrow, but I have to do this because Greg Stocker's been he's putting in the grass seed.
Thank you.
So this is for, audience of one. But everybody's planting. You got some tender vegetation out there.
Yeah.
Tender vegetation.
Because you thought that the freeze warnings were over. We got freeze warnings.
Great.
Sorry.
So what, tomorrow morning? What are we looking at?
Overnight.
Okay.
And I think this is news you can use.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
I agree.
So why is Greg?
Sorry.
So why are you doing your own lawn? Why don't you just hire and pay somebody to do it?
Oh, because I like it. It makes me feel manly. Plus, I realize now that I have a son, I have to stop hiring people to do things, and I need to do them myself, so I can show him that hard work.
This is the way men do things.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Daddy doesn't just hire people to hang pictures and screw in light bulbs.
So you're going to raise your boy the right way.
Exactly.
My daughters see me, and I'm like, hey, can the wife assemble this? Daddy can't do it.
Well, depending on where you are across our region, it's So we're going to have some freezing going on. See, usually with grass seed, when you're laying the seed, you need at least 50-ish degrees for that to germinate, and it's got to be for so many days. So this is not good for your grass seed.
So what you're saying is no sandals for me tomorrow morning?
No toes. It'd be quite chilly in the morning and in the overnight hours. Sorry, Greg.
All my hard work over the last 2 weeks. I'm going to die.
And plus, if it's any kind of organic seed, the birds have already eaten it while you're at work this morning. Because those darn little birds are like rats, and they go in and they eat all the seed. Might as well just get it done professionally.
She's hired Dawn to do it. Dawn will do it.
I know. Well, anyway. You know what you can do? Just buy a gift card for your beautiful wife.
Yes.
Mother's Day is coming up.
Is
Joseph
it?
Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon sponsoring our
that
big
date again?
3.
What is it, May 12th? Something like that?
Sunday, May 12th. Mother's Day is coming up. God. The secret to spoiling the moms and grandmoms and your mother-in-law, remember.
Oh, yeah.
In your
There
life.
you go, Nick.
That's I'm just saying. Now with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com. Gift cards are available, josephanthony.com. Thank you for sponsoring our big 3.
You know what you should do, Nick Kayal? You should send your mother-in-law a voicemail of Sean Farash doing Trump and having him wish her a happy Mother's Day.
Oh, she would get so triggered.
That would be amazing.
Because she's one of these individuals that has the red receipt on her iPhone texts.
Yeah.
Like, I don't do that. To me, that's just, you should turn that off.
Yeah.
And when I send her something that I know she's going to have a field day with, I'll see that it was red, and then she won't respond. That's how the Sean Farash text will end. Like, hey, Judy, did you get that text? Yeah, I got it.
I'm just telling you.
Yeah, okay.
It's a good way to do it.
But would she say like, well, at least my son-in-law he did get the former president to leave me a message.
Well,
not for nothing.
I got
what I mean?
I got the fake president on the line, and Zioli got the real one.
Yeah, that was awesome last night. I was listening too.
Yeah, I was so bothered by it because
the fake one said more.
I tuned in at 4:59 on the app, and then Zioli came back from the break, and whatever was playing at like 5:02, and then I was waiting for Trump, and I didn't realize, and he mentioned it on the air, so I'm not letting the cat out of the bag. He taped it in advance. And he didn't play it until 5:17, and I felt like a listener for once. I'm like, now I know what my audience feels like when I tease something and I don't get to it.
Absolutely.
And I was just like, come on, let me hear Trump. Let me hear Trump. And he's like breaking down the whole case, and I'm like, I know the case. Let's get to Trump. But then he got to it at 5:17.
I love it.
Yeah.
The art of the tease, Rich.
The art of the tease.
Come on.
Yeah.
You
He's
know
got to
that.
pay. Yeah, but you got to pay it off eventually, though. Or the
He
people
did.
The people
He
get
did.
mad.
He did.
Remember when I was doing that with the what were we giving away? It was the Disney Cruise keywords,
Yeah.
and you kept trying to draw it out to
I
like
did.
8:38.
It worked, by the way.
Diabolical.
It worked, by the way. We had a good February.
Well, good,
By the way, guys, another good month.
Every month. Come on. All right. Did you have a sponsor, Dawn? I'm sorry.
She
I
did.
did.
Already.
Just-
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon.
Just get your mom a
Buy
Joseph
those gift
Anthony,
cards.
Yeah.
That's right. All right. Yeah, you got Mother's Day coming up on May 12th. I've got 145 days on the LGBTQ plus calendar. When does the straight white cis male get his day? When can I get a day? Can I get a day anytime soon?
Every day's your day.
Father's Day's not enough. When is that, by the way? It's like the third Sunday in June, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to that. All right, 8:55. We'll come back. Final hour is on the way. A couple of great stories from Caitlin Clark to Angel Reese to Kamala Harris. They actually put together, and this is the Biden-Harris administration and some members of the DNC, a focus group. I always love a good focus group. And they want to find out why Kamala doesn't resonate with most Americans. Wait till you hear this story. That's coming up next. Final hour is on the way. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You got to call my friends at QC Kinetics. They are the future of medicine. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in the most exciting revolution, and this is a revolution in pain management we've seen in decades, regenerative medicine. So if you're tired of those achy joints, especially when you wake up, if your joint pain is keeping you from doing everything you love pretty much, you need to call my friends at QC Kinetics. Surgery, steroids, drugs, those are no longer your best options. That's all in the past. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative treatments, delivering lasting results. And I'm talking natural biologics here, using your body's own power to repair and restore your damaged tissue. QC Kinetics is now under the leadership of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkupp. And Dr. Scheinkupp is a pioneer in this field. You can look him up. 20 years of clinical work, tons of research, teaching, publishing, the list goes on. He wants to get you relief with a needle, not a knife. Call QC Kinetics, learn more about some exciting options here. It's a revolutionary approach, gets you long-term relief, no downtime. QC Kinetics, call them for a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Would you just call them, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Okay, guys, we got to put our trays up for takeoff.
Where's Dad?
Oh, he's in the back. We could only get 3 seats together.
Daddy has my pillow.
We'll get it later. Can you not put your feet up, please?
Why aren't we going?
We must be in line for takeoff.
Like security?
Well, that was a different line.
I have to go.
We just sat down.
But I have to go.
The seatbelt sign's on.
Why aren't we moving?
Hey, no picking.
We're just 15th in line for takeoff.
Son of a...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WP. WPHT.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Did you miss What's on the Cut Sheet? What's on the Cut Sheet? Or any part of Kayal and Company? Kayal and Company? Just head to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and tap earlier today.
Kayal and Company, 9:02. Fourth and final hour underway on this Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. Morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. Cut sheet part due at the bottom of the hour. What's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history? Who on Twitter today? All still on the way. Just saw some breaking news on Fox News here in the studio as riot police have now arrested more than 100 protesters at NYU. So looks like more and more people being told that it's time to go home and you're going to go to jail and we're going to book you and we're going to fingerprint you and we're going to mugshot you, which I think is the right approach. Again, we've been talking a lot about this the last couple of days. The big take this morning on what happened and is still going on at Columbia. Some of the footage they're showing from Monday night now on Fox, it looks like there's like a tractor trailer on fire. Mm-hmm. Unbelievable. I mean, this legitimately looks like, if not hundreds, maybe a few thousand people.
Yeah, they had flares going
off.
So these are not peaceful protests, but we just want to point out these campuses, police can't just show up and stand there to protect the students who are being threatened and intimidated. They have to be called in.
Right.
And so the campus administrations have to choose to call police and call the authorities, who are more than happy to come in and keep the peace before it escalates.
Yeah. We talked earlier this morning. I read you the statement from the owner of the New England Patriots, Robert Kraft, boycotting his alma mater, which is Columbia. Looks like he was on with Hannity last night. Might be worth pulling a clip or two of that. And I'm seeing some of these videos, too. These tent camps all over the campus. It looks like students camping out the night before like a big football game. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's unbelievable. And it's going on everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's not just the Ivy Leagues, folks. I know they get all the attention, but I'd be willing to bet this is happening out on the West Coast, at the Cal Berkeleys of the world, the Stanfords of the world, UCLA. We'll get to a UCLA DEI story, another plagiarist coming up later in the show. So
this is going to end badly. I'm telling you.
No doubt.
Keep saying this. This is going to end badly. I don't want it to, but it's
percolating, right? It's
this
escalating.
Is a powder keg. Yes, yep. Exactly. That is going to. There's going to be a tipping point, and it's going to be ugly when it happens.
You're right. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. So there was a lot of outrage last week because Caitlin Clark was the first pick in the WNBA draft, and a lot of left-wing advocates in sports media were saying, man, we really need to fix this wage gap. Females are not appropriately compensated for their skill in basketball because Caitlin Clark got a 4-year rookie contract for $388,000. She's going to average somewhere in the $80,000 range per year for just about 4 years. And I told you she was going to kill it with endorsements. And the first one has just come in as Caitlin Clark inks an 8-year deal with Nike worth up to $28 million. I'm wondering if that will appease those out there who wanted to rush to judgment and jump the gun and totally, negate the way the market works, the way economics work, the way supply and demand works, and realize that she's going to make $28 million from Nike. She'll end up with a Gatorade deal. She'll end up on a cereal box and on down the list of every other possible thing that you can imagine. And she will probably end up making well over $100 million in endorsements, and her salary will just be gas money for her for the rest of her life. According to the Wall Street Journal, she got an 8-year deal worth $28 million. Then there was a lot of bidding going on for her services. There were other companies like Under Armour and Adidas that were involved, and ultimately Nike backed up the Brinks truck and said, you're worth it. We're going to give you 8 years, $28 million, which is about $3.5 million per year, and she will have her own signature shoe. But did you know that that's racist?
What?
That is correct. Mike Freeman, who I actually used to work with 10 years ago when I was with Bleacher Report and Turner Sports, Mike Freeman is a race-baiting, talented writer. He used to cover the NFL for Bleacher Report. I never really thought he knew a darn thing about football, but he was a good writer. He now works for the USA Today. And, Stalker, do you recall yesterday, I think you were bringing it up in the cut sheet, somebody had some absurd race and equality title for some position that they held, and you were like talking about how absurd some of these job description titles are.
It was the reporter for 6 ABC.
Yes.
Who Dawn and I know. Dawn knows better than I do. So I don't want to speak. I got a lot of trouble for a few things I said yesterday. So I am going to say yes. There's a reporter at 6 ABC.
Okay.
Let's just say that.
So Mike Freeman now writes for the USA Today, which nobody really reads anymore. But his job title is the Race and Inequality Editor in Sports. So the USA Today actually in their sports department dedicates an entire position to race and inequality in sports, to which Mike Freeman writes that it is ridiculous that Caitlin Clark gets her own shoe. The column titled, "No Black WNBA Players Have a Signature Shoe. Here's why that's a gigantic problem." That's the name of the headline for the story. And it focuses on the fact that Las Vegas Aces star Asia Wilson does not have her own signature shoe. And it's a totally fair talking point given that Wilson is a 2-time WNBA champion, a 2-time league MVP, a 5-time All-Star, and an Olympic gold medalist. So you just look at the accolades that I rattled off. Now, I don't know who Asia Wilson is, but she looks like she's probably one of the best players in the league. Why she doesn't have a shoe deal, not really sure. But I can tell you this, Caitlin Clark is the greatest women's college basketball player that ever lived. Even though Dawn will not acknowledge her and says she prefers Pistol Pete because Pistol Pete didn't have the 3-point line back in the day, which is actually a really good point because if he did, Pistol Pete might have scored like 60 points a game. But she's the most decorated women's basketball player of all time. And Nike made the calculated decision that she is worth $28 million because they probably computed that she will generate well above $28 million in return on their investment. Caitlin Clark is going to sell a ton of basketball shoes to little girls, white, black, straight, bisexual, gay, throughout the United States that love basketball. Or maybe they don't even really love basketball, but they're into trendy things. And Caitlin Clark right now is the it girl. She is the most recognizable female, short of probably Taylor Swift, in the United States right now in sports, entertainment, and pop culture. So Nike said, you know what? This is a sound investment. And they're probably going to make money hand over fist with her value. So, of course, you have people, and you knew this was going to happen. You just knew it. Like Caitlin Clark, I don't think she's ever said or done anything to ruffle anyone's feathers, right? She's quiet. She goes about her business. She's unbelievably gifted. She's an assassin. She's a quiet killer on the basketball court. This girl has had to deal with so much garbage from the media. Like, I very rarely do I feel bad for millionaires, but I don't think that she signed up for this, nor do I think that she deserves to be like the hit piece material, bulletin board material for people like Jamel Hill and Mike Freeman that literally build their entire platform of content around pointing out racial injustice. Is Caitlin Clark doing anything wrong? No. The market dictates what you get. And Nike looked at the market, and Nike knows a thing or two about shoes. But I would say this, If you think Caitlin Clark is getting it because she's white and other WNBA players that are not white should have a shoe deal, well, let me flip the script for you. Let's go to the NBA. How many guys in the NBA that are black have sneaker deals? A lot of them. How many guys in the NBA that are white have sneaker deals? Probably not a ton because there's not a lot of white NBA basketball players. I think it's roughly 75, 80% of the league is not white. It is what it is. It's not racism. I'm not sitting here saying white players are being, screwed over because, they should have a shoe deal. If you are great, you get a shoe deal, right? Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley, LeBron James. Not everybody has a sneaker endorsement. I got news for you. There's, I don't know, in the NBA, I think there's like 12 guys on each team. There's 30 guys. Do the math. What is that? We'll go close to 400 players. There's probably 13 or 14 guys out of 400 that have a sneaker deal. It's not racism. It's called the open market. I'm so done with these people with everything through the prism of race. But we got to give Angel Reese a little bit of credit. She comes out, and Angel Reese was the power forward for LSU and their national championship team. She came out yesterday and tweeted on X, protect young women in sports, to which I would be very interested to see what her mentions and replies are like, because we know this is overwhelmingly the popular opinion in America that we should be protecting women in sports, biological females. But when you tweet that, you open yourself up to the left-wing vocal minority. But it will be interesting to see if they come after Angel Reese because she is African-American. Again, identity politics always at play here. And I think we need more people like Angel Reese or more people like Caitlin Clark. We have prominent female athletes right now that are honestly getting more media coverage than I can ever recall, and rightfully so. These women are incredibly talented. I'd like to see more of them use this as an opportunity to stand up for their biological gender and protect their sports. And nobody's going to cancel Caitlin Clark. She's making millions. She's not going to get touched.
Yeah, I think Bill Burr is so funny in his bit about this because he says, like, we gave you a league. None of you showed up. We're all the feminists.
Right.
Go,
right.
All the women, all the feminists, go to the WNBA. Go to the games.
Yeah.
So he's pretty funny.
Well, he is funny, but it's true because the reality is, there are some women that watch that sport, but it's actually, there's a lot of men, believe it or not, that watch it and also attend the games or bring their daughters or bring their wife. So again, if you're a feminist and you think that the WNBA players are being slighted in salary, well, then do more to make their value higher. Watch the games longer, watch them more often, a.k.a. ratings. Ratings generate revenue. And then, oh, by the way, you get a more expensive and more lucrative TV deal. Go to the games, sell out the arenas, and then all of a sudden, when you're filling it up 18,000 strong at an arena like the Wells Fargo Center, instead of, I don't know, whatever the WNBA average attendance is, I have no idea. I mean, 3,500 or whatever it is on a given night. Well, there's a reason why you get paid $88,000 because your league hasn't generated and turned a profit in 3 decades.
We're the women.
Right.
The reason that the NFL is so popular is, men and women, but I don't know, when you look at the audiences, I think it's mostly male audiences that propel men's sports, right?
Yeah.
And women too. But I think for the WNBA, it's ridiculous to call this out, for women to call it out. Women, come forward, go.
Yeah, I think men can only do so much in this battle to protect biological women in sports, right? Like
Exactly.
we can only say so much, and then we get slandered and ridiculed and ripped on social media. Sadly, I think it's a vocal majority of females that just have to say, you know what? No, I don't. You can come after my job. You can threaten me. You can fire me. I'll take one for the team. Now, you're talking about 100 years of progress that you're just going to wipe out with silence? I wouldn't stand by and let it happen.
Yeah, and if you're the WNBA, try to get Taylor Swift to do a halftime performance.
Well,
go to the...
but what was basketball like in the 1830s, Dawn? I don't want to trigger the woke outrage mob and get them coming after Taylor Swift.
But seriously, why don't they give out some free stuff or get people excited about the games? You know what I mean? Just what are they doing with their marketing to gain their audience?
Phil just checked in on our group text. He's a WNBA beat reporter. He said the average attendance for 2023 in the WNBA is 6,600 a night. How about that? I was off by, again, I'm always off with the numbers, aren't I? What did I say? The average attendance is 3,500. It's actually almost double that, 6,600 per night. By the way, Phil, does New York have a WNBA team, and do you root for them? That would be my next question. 855-839-1210. Phil's in his glory right now. He really is. He's got his UConn basketball team. He's got his Knicks beating our Sixers. I don't know how this guy got on this show. Anywho, all right, here we go. Last story, and I do think this is kind of interesting because, again, after 3.5 years, they're trying to figure Kamala Harris out. I would just say this. If after 3.5 years in any job, in any profession, if your bosses can't figure out what you bring to the table, you probably would have been fired 2 years ago. But Kamala Harris is still this mystery to some of the Democrats. And some of the Democrats, and the DNC specifically, they really don't understand why she's not accepted more by the mainstream. And I think she is accepted by mainstream media, but the polling numbers are not indicative of the way that the left will prop her up. So the Democratic National Committee has now conducted focus groups on Vice President Kamala Harris. That, according to a new CNN report. I remember my old radio boss, he had like a listener panel come in, and he had everybody he bought pizza and soda for everybody, and these listeners were like, well, here's what I like about this show, and here's what I like about this show. And I'm like,
what a bad idea that is.
Like, if you don't know the strengths and weaknesses of your lineup, that's probably on you as a boss. But I bit my tongue. So this DNC ends up with a focus group, according to CNN, to understand why voters do not like Kamala Harris. And here are some of the findings, courtesy of the Daily Mail story. Some voters in the focus group said that they did not like Harris, specifically citing her laugh. So that is something that we have obviously played and illustrated on this show many times. Others questioned whether Biden even likes her. And we know that, when Kamala had presidential aspirations, she basically called Joe a racist. So I think Joe said, you know what, if I have a female African-American VP, that's going to help me get elected in 2020, hence their partnership. Harris's approval rating continues to rest somewhere in the mid-30s, according to polls, a historic low for the modern vice presidency as she spent the first 3 years in office struggling with bad headlines. But some Democratic voters said Harris is actually better than Biden at talking about abortion, guns, student loans, and the Israeli war in Gaza. So I do think they found the wheelhouse for her, and it's abortion. Mm-hmm. I really don't think if you're a Democrat and you're a female VP, you could possibly screw up the abortion message. But I've said this in the past. The one area where I think she really would have done well if we weren't living in this defund the police movement era, Kamala Harris on crime, if the Biden administration was actually about law and order, which they are not as a policy, but if they were, she would have been in her wheelhouse. As a former prosecutor in San Francisco, she locked everybody up.
Yeah.
When her time in San Francisco was the equivalent of DeSantis as the governor in Florida or Trump uttering, we need to get back to law and order. If you committed a crime and Kamala Harris was the prosecutor, there was not plea bargains. There was no mitigating factors. You were going to jail, and they dropped the ball. So if I was advising them on a reboot and a redo, and you could redo these last 3.5 years, I would have had her front and center for crime.
It's not a coincidence, guys, that they're bringing her out front and center in all of these important issues, because if Joe Biden wins re-election, she's going to be president.
Oh, there's no doubt. I would bet that.
They're preparing her for that. That is exactly what is happening.
Do you think they're scared, though?
They are preparing Kamala Harris to be president of the United States.
Do you think they are scared if you were to say to them, a vote for Joe Biden means a vote for Kamala Harris as president? Because that's the reality. Like, if you were to place a bet today, and I said, if Joe Biden is reelected, is it more likely than not that Joe dies in office in his second term? I think more people would say yes than no. If you're the Republicans right now, if you're Trump, that should be a campaign message. A vote for Joe Biden is a vote for Kamala Harris for maybe 2.5 or 3 years of a presidency. And that should scare the you-know-what out of people. I would use that as a fear tactic if I'm Trump in a campaign message or any of his super PACs.
I know she was in Wisconsin, La Crosse, Wisconsin yesterday. And on she's had multiple visits to Wisconsin, but she was talking about, abortion and visiting nursing homes. Yep. And today, as far as Biden, he is in Tampa, Florida, talking abortion.
They are giving her the spotlight front and center to be the next president of the United States. And
she tweeted out, elections matter, organizing matters, your voice matters. It's one of her tweets.
All right. 855-839-1210. Oh, I've got Venn diagrams all day.
I love Venn diagrams.
It's right there, right at the disposal of my middle finger. Boom, just touch it like that. All right, 9:22. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Oh, it's a good one.
Meet Mary Jane. Yeah, that's what he said. We want to burn one. No. This is Mary Jane. Meet her. Say hello to her. Shake her hand even. Oh, my fault. What's up, baby?
Hi.
All right.
Hey, listen, do you guys need a ride? I have a car. You don't have to take the subway.
Wow, you smoke?
No, my grandmother died of lung cancer.
I'm sorry to hear that. Well, that's all the more reason to toke up, man. Ease the pain. What I'm talking about. I think what they're really trying to say is that we love a ride home.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, you will win a pair of tickets to the Down and Derby Wine Festival featuring Secret Service Band on May 4th from 2 to 7 p.m. at Veterans Island at Cooper River Park in Pennsauken, New Jersey. Sample delicious wines from South Jersey's best wineries and enjoy live music, performers, food trucks, fun, and games. Must be 21 or older to attend. Call her 12-855-839-1210. See if we get our winner on the other side. Kayal Company. Back after this. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This is a critical time of year to think about your home. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I love the work they've done in my home to make my home more beautiful, more energy efficient. And you know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would trust the Chapman team, right? But you might not think of Chapman right away for things like siding and stucco remediation. I would trust nobody else with this important investment in your home. So if you're thinking of updating your current siding, or maybe you need to remove your current stucco, this is a huge issue. It's a huge job. You want to think of the professionals who are the certified Chapman installers. They are the ones you want on this job. And also think about updating it with James Hardy plank or maybe that beautiful vinyl siding. It's going to add value. It's going to boost your home's energy efficiency as well, beauty, value, all of the above. If you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, stucco remediation, give Chapman a call. You can text them. They're like-minded. They're listening right now. 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. They're local right here in Chester County. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. This spring is your chance to get the perfect smile from my friend, my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Dr. Mike is the master of implant dentistry. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that has made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family. So give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you won't be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury right over the bridge, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. Call 856-786-2020 or VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Fans 55 and over can enjoy a nice long walk around the bases during Independence Blue Cross Seniors Stroll the Bases following the 4:05 game on Monday, May 6th when the Giants come to town. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Kids 14 and under will love this place when they receive an Alec Bohm t-shirt presented by IBEW Local 98 on Saturday, May 4th at 6:05 when the Phils take on the Giants. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krepnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
I walk 47 miles of barbed wire. I got a Cobra sleeve for a necktie. A brand new
new house all on the roadside, and it's made out of rattlesnake hide. Got a brand new tin that baby built on top, and it's made out of human skull. Come on, take a little walk with me, baby, and tell me who do you love?
It's Kayal and Company. We know who you love. We know. We definitely know. 855-839-1210, 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by United Tire. With all the driving around you do this spring, make sure you take care of your car. Schedule an appointment at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections. The skilled technicians at United Tire, they are here to help. Visit UnitedTire.com. Jason is in Collingswood. He's our morning mystery movie clip winner this morning. Jason, what movie clip did we just play for you, buddy?
That was Half-Baked, man.
That was Half-Baked, yeah. I think Anthony Dorenzo was fully baked this past Saturday on 420, by the way.
It's true.
Congratulations, Jason. You win the Winery Festival tickets.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Jason in Collingswood, our winner today.
Yeah.
3 more pairs to give out on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. One of the all-time great movies, by the way. You know, we should get back on. I was just thinking of speaking with Half-Baked.
What?
We'd love to get Jim Brewer back in here again.
Yeah, he does.
He was pretty funny.
Yeah, he does his own podcast now. So like, he only comes on when he wants to promote like a.
Has he got any tours or shows coming up that he can
show
pimp?
he wants to do here in Philly. So.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to him again. It was a good get last time.
We
had
I'll
him,
reach
right?
out to him. We did, yeah.
I thought so. All
Yeah,
right.
it was one of the first things we videoed.
That's true. That was that was back when we posted videos just on Instagram, right?
Yep.
Yeah, my, how we have evolved. All right, 9:33 on this Tuesday morning. Let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2 is sponsored by Budget Blinds. Spring is here, and now is the time to budget. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation. And the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Budgetblinds.com. That's budgetblinds.com. Dawn Stenson, I need you to put on your journalist hat for a second. Is it tight?
Okay, it's tied up. My bonnet.
Your journalist hat is nice and tight on. Okay.
Smart.
This is from KTLA in Los Angeles, Channel 5, the news station out there. A woman was fatally stabbed in the subway in Los Angeles. When describing said suspect, you want to be as descriptive as possible because this person stabbed and killed somebody and is still on the loose, right? So you want to make sure that this person is apprehended. Is that correct on Stensland?
Yes, sir.
Cut 22, Phil, if you will. Let's hear the report from KTLA in Los Angeles about this fatal stabbing. Cut 22, go.
Victim stabbed in the throat. The ambulance was called and the woman was treated by paramedics, but no word on the extent of her injuries or her condition right now. As for the suspect, police say it was a man carrying 2 bags. We don't have any other description at this point. In the video, we can see some clothing on the floor, but it's unclear what that was about.
A man with 2 bags.
A man who was carrying 2 bags. Was it a white man? Was it a black man? Was it an Asian man? Was he tall?
What was he wearing?
What was he wearing?
Yeah.
What color was his hair? Did he have a hood on?
Was he wearing a mask?
That's all they want to give us?
It's just media bias by omission is my guess, but I'm not the journalist.
I will tell you that newsrooms across the country, and I'll say this happened, I don't know, at some point in the mid 90s or late 90s.
Great time.
Where
great time to be alive.
Everybody got the memo where if the description of a suspect is too nondescript, if it's just a black man in a hoodie, don't say it because it's too generic, and thus you are incriminating every black man in a hoodie.
Oh, for God's sake.
It's too generic, but saying it's a man carrying 2 bags isn't generic? Like, what?
That's just stupid.
I mean, can you imagine trying to look for this guy? You're the police. You're like, what's the description? He's got 2 bags. I mean, I'd be willing to bet there's a lot of people in L.A. walking around carrying 2 bags.
I'm telling you, Dawn is too kind to say this, and she likes to stick up for her friends in the news business, and I think that's very admirable of you. But we are hamstringing ourselves as a society in the hopes of political correctness.
Yes.
Because we don't want to offend anybody by saying it was a black man or it was a white man or it was a Hispanic man. We don't want to offend anybody.
Yeah, we're more worried about people's feelings than the victim who just got assaulted.
Yeah.
It's bizarro world.
Yeah. Now, I will say this. You should always be consistent.
Yeah.
So if she always reports how many bags the suspect has, then I guess that's her thing, you know? But what they're trying to do sometimes is jump through hoops to not say a gender, and to not say whatever. But trust me, if it's a white guy with a MAGA, with a red MAGA hat, they're saying it.
Of course they are.
Even though that's a general description of, millions of American men.
Right.
So to me, I think the more important piece of this is be consistent. If you don't have a great description, then don't give it. But you can certainly give the height, the age range, the ethnic, some kind of ethnic description, a hat, a tattoo, something.
Yeah.
Jesus writes, did they assume the stabber's gender? Well, that's a very good point.
Oh,
It's a very good point. Just assuming it's a male.
Could be a woman.
Make sure you get their pronouns correct.
I don't know how they identify.
Maybe it identifies as something else.
Could end up court-martialed.
You're correct.
It's a double bagger. That's all we know.
I love a double bagger.
Dawn.
Sorry.
I want my Nick, Dawn, and Greg. That's going to live in infamy, isn't it?
Pretty much. It's in the rotation.
Cut 23 here, Phil. So this was reported by NBC Nightly News last night about Chinese migrants crossing over the southern border 3 years ago compared to last year.
Okay.
All right?
Yep, so 21 versus 23.
20, yes. This is cut, or maybe it was 20. I'm not sure. This is, no, 21. You're correct. This is cut 23, Phil, go.
3 years ago, 689 Chinese migrants crossed the southern border. Last year, that number soared to over 37,000. Wow. Part of an explosion of migrants coming here from all over the globe. Currently, most migrants are released into the U.S. to wait often years for asylum hearings. Critics say that encourages migrants to come, and President Biden should change course through executive action.
689 to 37,000.
Yeah, that seems like a significant
Do you think?
surge. I don't even think we could classify that as an uptick. I mean, less than 1,000 and now 37,000. And how many times have we said this when we've looked at the video where Fox News is showing the lines of people and guys like Bill Maloogian are positioned outside on the border? You have not only people from South America and Mexico, the Middle East, China, around the globe. And, I keep hearing, wow, they're seeking refuge and their families. They look like a lot of 18 to 30-year-old military-age men.
100%. You are 100% correct.
I-
Why all of a sudden now are
Right.
they coming? You know what I mean?
Right.
And you know what else? I'm pretty sure that if I traveled hundreds or thousands of miles, I wouldn't come across the border with these brand new looking clothes.
Yeah.
And this is before they do get new clothes once they cross it.
Mhm.
But even when you see them and they're coming across before they get, FEMA, American tax dollars, give them all the new clothes, doesn't it look like they have all brand new stuff and it's really clean?
The media makes it like out to be like, well, they're coming here with ripped T-shirts and shredded jeans and they're impoverished and they haven't eaten and had clean water. They look like they're coming from a camping trip.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, they're very tidy.
Yes.
If they have walked, through mud and brush and all this,
Crawled
the rivers,
across razor wire.
And yet nothing's ripped. They look very clean cut, clean shaven. So it's kind of an amazing feat. My teenagers can't go to school and come back looking. He's like,
With a
what?
stain on their shirt.
My husband comes home in his suit. It's like, what are you rolling around in the park before you get home?
Larry's got spaghetti sauce on his
Right?
shirt.
Yeah, it's all like oil. What did you do? So these illegals, they're very tidy people, I guess.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
News over the weekend that RFK Jr. Managed to get on the ballot in Michigan. We know how much of a swing state Michigan is. There was an NBC poll over the weekend that shows that RFK Jr. actually takes more away from Trump than he does Biden, but we've seen other polls that suggest the opposite. Nobody really knows, to be honest with you. I saw a very good breakdown by The Hill who was like, does he take more from Trump or Biden? And everybody's like, yes, both.
Yeah.
It's basically nobody knows. It's a toss-up.
Mhm.
Gavin Newsom was on Inside with Jen Psaki. Jen Psaki is very important. On Sunday.
The width is little.
And he said getting RFK Jr. getting on the ballot in Michigan is a consequential one. This is cut, where are we, Phil? Cut 9. Go.
And so I'm a little concerned about the overindulgence around the day-to-day. I get it. I totally get it. The consequential nature of a criminal trial is profound and outsized in some respect, but not more outsized than democracy, more outsized than Dobbs, and the consequences of him prevailing in this election in November, nor more outsized perhaps on what I thought was one of the biggest stories of the week, and that's Robert Kennedy Jr. getting on the ballot in Michigan, a consequential one of the 7 key swing states. So I tend to be in that camp. A little less is more as it relates to our obsession and focus on putting any more bright lights on someone who seeks them no matter how ill-conceived or ill-will and ill-fated his current standing might be.
So let me ask you about the electoral politics of this, as you just referenced. I mean, RFK Jr. is now going to be on the ballot in Michigan. That's a swing state. President needs to win. Anyone winning needs to win. Obviously, he just got the endorsement of a number of Kennedys this week, members of the Kennedy family. But how worried are you about the potential impact of RFK Jr. on President Biden's reelection chances?
He's a Kennedy. We revere Kennedys. At least I do. My hero is Bobby Kennedy. There's a bust. President Biden, right behind President Biden of Bobby Kennedy. That's real. I mean, it's real. And I know we can look at some polls and suggest, well, here it may impact a little less. But look, at the end of the day, common sense would dictate it's real. Jill Stein is real. Cornel West is real. We know that. Those were determinative, those third party in these last elections. 44,000 votes in those 3 swing states. Now we've got 7 potentially in play. Georgia and North Carolina, we know, are going to be perhaps a little more tough than they've been in the past, but we're making a great case. Pennsylvania, the president's a masterclass of focus on Pennsylvania. And then we go to these other states like Wisconsin. I think we have a great shot there. And then these last 3, Michigan and the 2 that I'm referring to today, and that's Nevada and Arizona, where I'm putting all my time and energy and focus, and abortion, I think, will play an outsized role. But Bobby Kennedy Jr., if he gets on more than just that one critical swing state of Michigan and gets on the ballot in some of these others, I think you have to take that very, very seriously.
He'll definitely be a factor. And I think specifically speaking about just Michigan, I think RFK being on the ballot in Michigan hurts Biden more because Biden already had a Michigan problem with Dearborn and the Arab Muslim American community. Now you throw in Kennedy as an alternative to Biden for those in Michigan that don't want to vote Trump or might sit it out. I think it works more against Biden specifically in that state. All right, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. We'll come back, wrap it up, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, Today in Music History, and who won Twitter today. It's all still ahead. Back after this.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're dealing with inflammation or stiff joints, then Glyco Plus from Rescue Natural Supplements can be your ticket to a healthier spring. Glyco Plus features a unique blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen, specifically designed to support joint health. Collagen, a vital component of joint cartilage, plays a crucial role in maintaining strength and flexibility. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use the code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
All right, football fans, the NFL Draft is almost here, and the free Odyssey app brings you the latest coverage from the biggest sports radio stations across the country. Which players will help your team the most? Who will make a draft day trade? Will they be ready for week 1? The local conversations about the team you love. All on the free Odyssey app. AUDACY. Download it today.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118,
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Are you still holding on to that winter weight? Time to shed that fat and get ready for the warmer weather of spring with NJ Diet. For over a decade, they've helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. And you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or available from home with live online consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer before this summer with njdiet.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$9:51. It is Kayal and Company as we get ready to wrap up a Tuesday. Tony Bruno tomorrow at 8:30, but before then, the Dawn Show in 9 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yeah, so I can't help it. I'll poke a little fun at our DA Larry Krasner because I just can't resist this one. He gives us so much fodder as he does his poor, weird math in this arrest warrant issue.
We've established 2 + 2 is 4, -1 is 3.
Jeez.
There you go.
So we'll talk about that and the serious nature of the situation with our primary election. What is their long-term goal by the year 2030? And I'm not talking climate change. So I'll get into that a bit as well. We've got at 10:05, Peter Rykowski. He's a research associate and writer for The New American. He's going to join me and talk about the state of funding taxpayers, billions of dollars of aid for Israel and Ukraine. We're talking about the $95 billion aid package. They're supposed to make it official today, Biden promising to sign this thing. What does it really mean for all of us? And there's some new numbers. What's the average amount of money you need to earn to just pay your bills and, break even? And then, of course, coming up at 10:30, great interview with some of the local moms in Montgomery County, North Penn. We've got a protest that's actually underway right now. And this is a very serious story with political ramifications on this primary election day.
All right. Dawn Show coming up in about 7 minutes as we get to, I can't even imagine what Phil has lined up for today. Here we go. Today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Tuesday, April 23rd. We celebrate the birthdays of Johnny Thunders of the New York Dolls, Steve Clark of Def Leppard, Glenn Cornick of Jethro Tull, Roy Orbison, and actually my dad. So happy birthday, Dad. Albums include Black and Blue by the Stones, as well as the Ramones debut from 76, and Sticky Fingers by the Stones in 71. Division Bell by Floyd hit #1 on this day in 94.
Nice.
Come On Eileen by Dexy's Midnight Runners hits #1 in 83. And U2 kicked off their War North American tour on this day as well in 83. Maiden's Seventh Son of a Seventh Son hit #1 in England in 88. And lastly, on this day in 2005, YouTube actually launched and eventually became the most popular place to hear music for free, including Elvis and Cher. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Upquist.
Also where you can hear and watch Kayal and Company, by
Thank
the
you
way.
very much.
On YouTube.
That was good.
That was good.
Surprised he didn't slip in a little sports commentary with his Knicks up 2-0 on the Sixers, but maybe we'll get that tomorrow.
So YouTube was invented today or came out today? Or
19 years ago.
Wow.
How about that? Time flies. All right.
Pretty cool.
Let's get to Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Richard Notaro on Twitter. He says, doesn't Greg Soccer know that grass seed should be spread over the lawn in September?
Thank you.
What kind of farmer is he? Also, do not plant anything in the ground until Mother's Day.
Well put.
Everything comes full circle. I said that at 6:02 this morning. And at 9:54 it comes full circle.
That's how we wrap it up.
That's how we wrap it up.
All right. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. Make sure you get out and vote for whatever it is you're voting for. And we'll be back tomorrow morning at 6. Tony Bruno at 8:30, as the great John Fetterman would say, as he's calling people a-holes for protesting in Starbucks.
Good night, everybody.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Hey, Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Take your lawn to the next level with the lawn care company I trust, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Their unique approach to lawn care reduces the need for chemicals, creating a safer lawn for your pets and children. Time is running out to get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED or visit naturallawn.com today to learn more. Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience